Welcome to the NACE Star League studio. Today you join us for the first week of playoff action in Valorant. 18 teams have made it all the way to finals, but only one can be the true champion. We're going to start whittling them down today. I'm your host, Jacob Homer. I'm joined by Greg Smith. We'll call all of the action for you. Greg, for those who might just be joining us, not familiar on who has made it, who hasn't made it to the playoffs, give us a general picture of what we're going to be seeing.
Yeah, so a lot of teams came into the scene looking to make it to the playoffs, but in order to do that, you either had to be the very top of your bracket in your area or make it through the long and grueling process of the last chance qualifiers. But the LCQs are over, and we have a beautiful bracket now set up that we're going to fight our way through to see who makes it to the very top.
Let's take a quick look at the two matchups that we have on deck, as well as the bracket that Greg was talking about. And if you'll notice, just talking about the trials and travails of LCQ, the 4 lowest seeded teams have to do an extra match to be able to get to where all the other teams are. We won't be covering that today, however. We're going to be focusing on Harrisburg versus Wichita State to start things out. 6th seeded team versus the 11th seeded team. And then we'll move over to the other side of the bracket for Rochester versus Boise State. And this is what I like about these matches. They're just very middle-seeded teams. There aren't too many extremes here. We should see some very competitive best-of-3s. Let's take a look at the opening roster for these two teams. Harrisburg, we're going to be starting out with Shen, Rano, Hijinks, Jeffy, and Elk.
And from good old Wichita State, we've got Thiessen, Cams, Suey, Truman, and Skeebs.
And now the stage is set for these two teams to compete. Speaking of stages, I know that we are going to be starting off on Lotus. And if you like those 3-site stages, then this is your dream lineup. Lotus and Haven guaranteed to be seen. Following the familiar pattern that we've basically seen all season, no major changes going into postseason. A lot of teams really favoring Lotus and Haven.
Yeah, they've been pretty solid picks overall, which makes me excited because I'm one of the people you refer to as enjoying 3-site maps. I feel like this is going to have a lot of variability in the playstyle here and a lot of mobility that we're going to get to see lots of nice rotations. And we may even see a little bit of bind depending on how this goes. You did say that we're pretty middle of the dog pile here, so it might not be a blowout game that we could be seeing closer to the top and respectively bottoms of the bracket. We've got a nice little center situation here for both of our games today, so they should be well fought.
And of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that one of these competitors, Wichita State, is a team that's shown that they can be the victors even in an underdog scenario. When they had their exciting match against Fisher in the regular season, they pulled off an exciting upset win. So anything could be in the cards, but you cannot underestimate Harrisburg, one of the top programs in the nation. Not only has so many players for their program, but hosts their own tournament invitational that others come to their university to compete in. So that just tells you something about the scope of the program that they've set up for themselves.
That is true. Speaking of the scope of the program, the Harrisburg Invitational out of Harrisburg is one of the tallest universities I've ever seen. A beautiful place, but we have seen that the layout of this bracket, the lay of the seeds here, is to create upsets. So having Wichita State be someone who knows how the upset game is played should be an exciting matchup versus the tall tower of Harrisburg.
Let's jump down into it and see what these players are thinking. Harrisburg's going to be on your right in the red, Shockers in the left in the blue. Now as we take a little bit of look here, ooh, we're seeing a Fade be brought out. We haven't seen too much of her this season. But she can definitely be useful, a very competent initiator in her own right.
It won't be mirrored, though.
Yeah, but both of these teams really showing the value in getting that 2 controller setup. They want to have all that sight denial, of course, with such long sight lines that you normally see on A, that kind of demands that the Viper is a default pick.
I mean, yeah, there's just so much more to control here. Having that wall from Viper is huge with wide sight denial. And a lot of gimmicks, too, where people will fake. Makes consistently placing that wall at the beginning of every round very helpful.
I can see that Harrisburg has locked everything in. Wichita State, meanwhile, taking full advantage of the Riot Zero. Now they're going to be forced to choose, and everything gets locked in. I'm going to be interested to see how that raise turns out. Well, here we go. Wichita State versus Harrisburg University. Harrisburg, the leading team, seeded 6th in the playoffs. Wichita State seeded 11th. who is going to claim victory down on the beautiful field of Lotus that we get this gorgeous flyover of. Thank you, production, and all the behind-the-scenes staff. Let's head down to the field and see who will be moving on in this tournament.
Scenic overlooks. Fantastic from above. Could be one of our last chances to do so, because we're going to dive right into the thick of the stage and see Lotus from the inside. Once everybody is queued in and ready to rumble. You said you were interested about that. Raze coming on. I feel like a lot of Raze plays on Lotus tend to be overexcited sometimes, maybe. It's easy to just barrel down A, being that it's basically the hallway point for this map. And Raze Double Blast Pack has changed, though. We had a recent update.
Here we go. First, started off the round of 18. A little bit of util is going to be placed down around C, a one-way smoke. To keep attackers at bay, it seems like Harrisburg wants to be focusing with a push towards A, all clumped up. Sends out a little bit of util to close off that sideline as they move through the wall as a unit. They're going to have to be careful with this KJ, who has positioned herself right up there in the sideline. Peeks around, but Skeebs isn't looking. Paint shell's thrown out. Oh, the Raze doesn't check the correct angle and immediately gets thrown down.
A couple of back and forths, and defense comes out on top, but the spike has been planted, so it's a little bit of a scramble for the space as Harrisburg University backs off the point and drags around their last attacker from CB site to A. Holding off, just waiting for any of those pings. A little bit of utility is going to come through, and it has to be re-utiled the other way. A lot of site denial, and wow, through it all, Thiessen takes a good shot.
One enemy remaining.
Defuse might just find it, and there it is. As the last one goes down defense. Wichita State going to take their first point and roll themselves up a nice little package for round 2.
One rifle brought by Thiessen, deciding to go for the Phantom, or at least considering it. Also nice to see an Ares jump into the mix.
Yeah.
Okay, he's going to back off of the Phantom pick. Go with a little bit more of a conventional sort of half-buy that we normally see.
As conventional as the Ares can be, and Cams has not faulted on it. It looks like they're going to lock that one in for sure.
I was talking the Spectre.
Oh, yeah.
3 Spectres for Wichita State, and a round that you would expect them to win. Right now, Harrisburg trying to eye all their options, coalescing around possibly A or B. A flank could possibly come out through C. They're throwing the dog out, are able to catch out Elk. The information goes through, and they're trying to wallbang Elk on out of there. He takes the peek and immediately goes down to Sui. More fall as the push in A is starting to look a little bit hairy for Harrisburg.
Yeah, Skeebs takes one down, and Truman looking on a few with low health. It's a good swing, though. Hijinks takes one for 3. And the plant is on. Defenders coming around, though. They're going to be moving in from the flank and from above. Cams, that top player, going to try a couple wall bangs, get some value out of that Ares before go flying in. And here it is, him flying in indeed. Not quite going to hit the rotation on the door. Tries for another. Little bit of paranoia, well timed.
Nice!
Perfect reaction. And that is a scary position to be in with health like that. But Thiessen gets him with a shotgun shot from the classic.
Nice little right click. Plenty of time left. They'll give the ultimate point over to their sky. Another quick look, and this is one thing that was a little bit concerned. You see, crosshair placement's a little bit jittery here. Like, is it able to lock that down? And I don't know if the DPI's turned up too much or if it's just playoff nerves, but I don't want to be seen swinging back and forth like that. But now's the question. Can they win their bonus round? If they don't, what's the margin going to be? Will they at least get 1 or 2 frags against Harrisburg is the question.
Yeah, that's usually a good question to ask, is where do we start seeing the disparity on round 3? Because round 1, you could argue if people get a little bit excited and try to play some cheeky plays, it could be up in the air a bit.
There.
And round 2 is kind of down to the fate of round 1, save for a couple strange situations. For round 3, it's not quite a full gun round, but you get a taste of the skill difference, at least early game, that we're dealing with here. So it's nice and slow so far.
Door is triggered, and it's not a bait. They're actually going to go through it. Throw out the Prowler as well, moves through the smoke, and Harrisburg piles up 2, instantly moves it to 3. It's a 3-to-1 trade. Harrisburg continues to widen the gap, getting the spike down. Only 1 shocker left up in heaven, and Harrisburg is just going to slowly close the jaws down around the lone shocker.
Sure enough to bring in a nice 3K for Hijinks. That's plenty of money, and it looks like that gap we were talking about is only 1 player. So credits are strong in favor. However, that's the point of the bonus. So things will be evened out just a little bit, and we'll see a good shot at a gun round here. But if the Shockers can't find another point here and bring themselves back up to a 2-point lead, credits will be tight.
I do like, a lot of them are favoring the Phantom. That's something I like to see as a Phantom enjoyer. So I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Oh, goes in with the blast pack immediately into the blind as well. Hijinks trying to get space for himself, is getting dinked. Jeffy, meanwhile, takes a double against Wichita State. Hijinks gets the double himself. And the fast-paced, quick draw style of Harrisburg paying off in spades.
Yeah, a shared quad is a wild way to start the round. That makes the plant easy. And as the plant gets down, Skeebs has a clock over his head. Oh, and the peak is just not quite there. And the fiery shackles from Jeffy will draw him onto the earth, bringing it to a full house.
Jeffy gets a triple, Hijinks gets a double. Full house for Harrisburg, and a flawless to boot. Now, Wichita State, one thing that we see a lot of teams get hung up on is that they don't go into the mentality of a full save. They get into a lot of uncomfortable half buys and just try to stretch things out. I do think, though, that isn't the case with Wichita State. Substators and shares, certainly conservative option to go with to save up for next round.
Now, a lot of times we don't draw attention to the KDA differences in the team because it doesn't really matter. You just want to contribute to the team, and that's all we ask of. But it's important here, this early in the match, when there's such a disparity between the top fraggers, which have 6, and the zeros at the bottom, because now we have ult points coming out. We have ults available as early as round 4 in pairs. So we got to watch out for this Viper's Pit from the attackers, which may be dropped fairly soon. I anticipate.
Oh!
What a jump shot. What a scare.
I could only see the barrel peeking out of the smoke, but that was more than enough. Harrisburg now goes up to a 5-4. They're also spreading out their options. They have this Viper lurking on A, and this Killjoy positioned way back in their own spawn to see if there's any sort of shenanigans through B. But I think the call is just to wait for them to peek out. He immediately peeks out. Truman on a dry peek gets punished severely.
Ooh, beautiful crouch shot. Hijinks takes another one. And Harrisburg
I
has
have the spike. 30
a
seconds.
dominant hold on the situation, deciding Rano is going to get the spike plant as they've been down on creds and could use the extra 300 to be sure. And they were the one to go down in the bonus round. And it looks like they're rotating right off of it, confident that there won't be either a serious push or that it will take so long to check the situation out they'll never find Anna in the corner. Goes down to Cams and can't quite grab the double blast pack player right through the middle. Now the Shockers, close to just defusing, have to do it now.
Gonna throw out the paint shells, get Sui. And now there isn't enough time to defuse that spike. They pick up the final and walk away with a clean win.
That is why you always ping spike.
Here's the thing that I still don't get is this dry peek here. Just completely leaves himself exposed. And then here's another interesting moment is trying to wait on the flank. Oh, we didn't see it there, but he had a beautiful position for the 2 remaining Shockers trying to come in. And we normally see a little bit of value gotten for the player who's, if they're holding that tight of an angle, sometimes you just want to wait until after the first player peeks out, because I think it was good, difficult for him to shoot the raise mid blast pack. Had he waited, I think that Omen would have been easy pickings.
Yeah, it's tough too, because the purpose of you kind of camping there and the rest of the team being gone is that if somebody destructive flies in, they can't hurt anybody else. I mean, he's set up for a double.
HyJinx locks down a face-off in C, clearing that point wide open. And look at the Viper's pit too, positioned very far up in Waterfall to prevent any rotations from the Shockers as Harrisburg claims the site.
Sure enough, as was earlier foretold, Harrisburg is going to drop that Viper's pit right in the center of the situation, locking themselves down, getting that spike out nice and right into the timer. Defense is feeling the pressure, but look at all of that util right on top. And that is in the same scary situation that is right at the end of the bowling alley from Sand. Oh, I mean, Harrisburg has great defense and an easy sight line right on top of a ping spike. It is almost impossible to defuse here.
I'll find you.
I would say it is just about impossible. No time left. Harrisburg will claim yet another. Go up to 4-2. Ooh, but one of them gets caught in the spike radius.
That is a loss of a Phantom. I was just going to say, now would be the time to call a timeout after
Well, yeah.
we've seen the
I
point
suppose
switch.
this is a great minds think alike, because as soon as you say that, timeout called by Harrisburg. Oh, no, excuse me, by Wichita State.
I mean, a lot of times when you have the point advantage and the point advantage flips, we see these timeouts be called.
Mm-hmm. And we normally see them at very crucial junctures, usually at a time when a team is going to be in a very crucial round where they can finally full buy. And they got to make sure that they get up, they stretch, maybe get some advice from their coach. And sometimes they don't even do that. Sometimes just getting up and taking a breather is all that these teams need to get their head back in the game.
But just the same, doing it before an important round, you might want to drop the X's and O's. We were talking earlier about an important play, so we're getting a little bit greedy, and trying to play harder wasn't enough. You have to play better. So they could be drawing up something devilish for this next round, but we've got a little bit of a reminder of how it's been going. Here's a couple of smooth shots from the last round.
All right, how effective is this timeout going to be? See, Wichita State purchasing looks to be a few rifles. One rifle. Oh, this is kind of an awkward half-buy round for them. HyJinx goes in on one blast pack, gonna make it 2. Gets over mound. Harrisburg really been favoring C. Nice pick off of that swarm grenade.
It is, but it's gonna leave that KJ to back off just a little bit and start playing a little more knowing, a little more feeling of the situation here. Gonna get a quick little door rotation just to check things out. They're not gonna run in after it. Looks like more and more committed towards C, and that's becoming more and more obvious to the defenders who have vetted out the entire region behind both walls. Though the commit isn't strong, ooh, a little ult check. Not often that we get an Omen ult that early in the round just for information.
Fade sends out the Prowler in A, trying to get some information as a lot of the Shockers are coalescing for a potential play. Haunt's going to be destroyed. Harrisburg still holding out around C. They'll have to make a decision very fast as we get there 35 seconds. They got a plan. Opening the door for a possible quick rotation through B, but I think that's going to open things up for C. They get 1. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but now 4-3 in favor of the Storm. They move on to C to plant.
Elk getting in for the plant. The T-Sin comes flying in and is able to find 1. Got close to a win on the second firefight, but HyJinx stands his ground and keeps things in the territory. For Harrisburg, finding 1 more point, bringing them up to 5. We can't disregard the effectiveness of that timeout, though. Because we can't really say how the round would have gone beforehand.
One awkward thing is I think I'm seeing a little bit of a, a little bit of an issue with Wichita State. They didn't quite save like they should the last round. One of them's having to settle for a stinger in what should be their bye. KhazixMayJump moves forward, will bait out. Just trying to see if one of Wichita State pokes out when they hear that old corp. Not going to be the case.
Yeah, it's a little bit tough there because you had suppressive, defensive scare fire that was just going consistently saying, you don't dare walk past this point we're watching. At the same time, they had kind of a bait on the ult orb. So I feel like they would have either had scare fire and commit to the ult orb, or they would have tried to bait them out. So that was, I feel like, a disjunct attack onto C. Or A moving in pretty smoothly. Gonna see some threats on the door here. Smoke on the wall runs out. And attack smoke has their time to shine. Skeebs, a little bit of suppressive fire going in after all of this Viper utility. Oh, KhazixMayJump face. Finds one based on the muzzle of the gun and prepares for a beautiful crosshair placement around the second. On the hunt, looking for one more, leaving the plant to Hannah. And KhazixMayJump backs off.
There.
Don't get too hungry.
Enemy remaining.
Excellent placement. Crouch in front. Two-person laser the corner. Bringing it down to just Teeson left. Oh, look at that. That's going to be hard to play after. A little bit of util might help, but he's right through the corner. Can use it to go far. That ball does have an audio cue, and there's a crossfire as well. Reno's going to find it for a flawless 6th point coming into Harrisburg.
Harrisburg pulls off a flawless in what was probably Wichita State's one of their more important routes to try to stop a runaway win. Harrisburg is going to be probably guaranteed at least a 7-2. After that, we have 3 more rounds to go. At best, finishing with a 10-2 would be extremely...
That's just downright frightening, yeah. Yeah, the hill just keeps getting steeper for Wichita State, but they will continue to climb. A little bit more suppressive fire on Seaside. They're calling it, though. They're calling the bluff, and they come running in. A beautiful 180. Puts away the screen. He's staying alive. He finds 3. KhazixMayJump, so strong, throws the paint shells after.
Oh, someone stop him!
It.
He might actually be looking at an ace here.
That, I believe, is after the paint shell's nerf, too, so he still needed to fire around that box.
Oh, look, he's coming around, trying to fire through the smoke. Looky here with the bomb bot, might even get it off of that. It's going to go right into the smoke, doesn't spot KJ, but it's right there. KhazixMayJump with a possible ace. Smoke drops, he gets it! Harrisburg into 7-2 in flashy style, if I do say so myself.
Not quite a flawless ace.
But I like these first 2 picks. You got to look at the crosshair placement. He's locked down. But what I love here is after his first 2 picks with just the taps, he gets a little shaky here, but then he recovers so nicely. Ooh, that has got to just put a spring in your step.
And that's so scary. You're looking at an entire team calling your bluff. You've got people behind you, yeah, but you're still about to go down, and to make sure that you tap fire instead of just spray and pray is so strong. Just absolutely danced around that sandbag. And look at this, Sui going in deep. Oh, might just find one. Beautiful Marshall shot for a 1-tap to Elk out of this round. KhazixMayJump not happy about it though, and after that, Ace has plenty of ult points to waste and just throws the entire rocket launcher at a man, bringing it to a scary 1-1 and a Marshall on the ground now. Something you got to keep track of. Cams. Suppressive fire is the name of the game here, just unloading an SMG through the smoke. And we see that respected as a rotation. Comes out of C carrying the spike. Oh! And a little side hop from Skeebs finds one peeking out of the wall. They're going to double down on the situation. Use up that brand new Killjoy. Teeson gets one from the side. Basic attacker Killjoy finds no one. Defense now has their chance to go flying in to get that lift plant. One low health continue. Just util after util.
Util hallway.
One through the corner. Thiessen looking to strafe for another one. He's got some in his back. Oh, and the 180 from Hijinks again. This man has such a mouse pad. You cannot flash him. The spike just waiting right in the corner. They're going to grab
he's
it.
able to get it.
And buses right out of there. Look at this taxi. Goes flying to A. They've realized it now.
10
Setting a
seconds
boom
left.
bot just to clear the situation. Goes for a default plant. He's undoubtedly going to...
Oh!
Not enough time.
Nice
So
call
close.
out. Fights the wall bang.
And they actually break it before it was planted, which means that's a crit hit too.
So the best Harrisburg could hope for is a 9-3. Definitely the Achilles heel of many overconfident, complacent teams throughout Valorant's history. Not that I'm
9-3.
saying that Harrisburg is that quite yet.
No, I don't think so. They've been diligent and on it, and they've been varying the playstyle as well. But you know, the 9-3 is not just superstition. You're correct.
Oh, wow!
what?
That is such a well-aimed molly.
He just got hit with the 1-2. The molly at his feet, a wall between the eyes, and soon to follow a little bit of fire. Low health for Hijinks though, and plenty of util left. And I'm sure, after watching this man's playstyle, that we're going to see that util just be dumped away. Jeffy, with empty pockets himself, is looking for 3 more kills and a little bit more smoke to find this ult. The only ult available, in fact, is coming from the Fade, and I don't think we've seen the devastating sneeze Fade ult yet from Harrisburg this match. A few Ask for Stars from Elk are going to be placed, setting up a beautiful situation onto A, and really doubling down on their attack here, despite the spread on players. Look at this. 2 more just defending the flank.
3 for 3.
Looks like those stars are called back, and it's a rotation in B with a little bit of fight up C.
I actually think they're going to be going all the way over towards C.
Yeah, it looks like a
30 seconds
full
left.
rotation across the map with only 30 seconds left. You got to push hard, and Truman knows it. Truman now setting up camp with all the utility on his belt. He's going to feel that fire coming in. Sure enough, the blast
that's
pack
rough.
and the shells going down from Hijinks before he goes out. Oh, right over the ledge finds 2, and the spike is dropped the right amount of times. Good work, Hams. Jeffy fighting back. Just 1-2 now, but with 0 seconds on the clock, he's low on options. Stuck behind that rotating door when the clock is in the red zone is a little
Last
disheartening.
round in the half.
And they were off to such a good start,
yeah.
too, that 1-2 combo. And now we're going to see a demo be brought out by Harrisburg. Okay,
Yeah.
so both teams definitely seem to be willing to spend all the resources they have in playoff season. I wouldn't blame them one bit.
Sure enough, yeah. Speaking of spending the resources you have, we've seen a lot of people, a few times we've seen small shields, I'll say, be favored to pick up all of that utility, and this has been a util dumping team. I mean, we had a few times where a hallway was just littered with back and forth util.
It was a waiting game until who didn't have
Yeah.
utility.
Yeah, as everyone is just playing every card in their deck. They've tapped all the land on that util. And a lot of times taking on these hero missions where they go flying through the smoke. I mean, we said vision denial was the name of the game, but a lot of people have been just ignoring that, just popping in and seeing what they can get, knowing that they might go down, but looking to take the trades. I mean, we've seen some Freddy Fazbear style kills where they just pop right out of the smoke and get nuzzled to the face. It's been a high energy game, so I think that if you're having a timeout like this, as the points are starting to roll over into 9-3 territory, you're wanting to cool things down and play a little bit more conservatively, maybe with players and maybe with util, slowing things down. Or that's what I'd say if we didn't run out of time absolutely on the last round. We'll have to see where they want to take this in pacing.
Last round of the half. Door triggered on A. Still trying to wait out this Viper wall.
Face your fear.
And there is that ult we talked about coming right up.
Ultimate is ready.
Another shot bringing it to a 4v5. As the ult continues, Cams is going to find a few.
remaining.
Teason to find one more, and the reply comes out. Now it's down to a 1v2. Where is the spike? Rotation's moving out, everybody converging to A site. Util is low, and Elk finds the last one.
You are divided. Switching sides.
Heading into the half, a healthy 8-4 lead for Harrisburg. Gets to go into defense. Possibility to really start the second half out with double digits should they win this first pistol round.
It's true, but this is only a 4-point drag between the two teams. I mean, if the Shockers can find it, get a second point, and give up one more, they'd be looking at a 9 against 6. Three points better than the half we maybe saw coming, so it'll be in a few rounds that we decide who really is more comfortable on the attacking versus the defending side. Looks like a lot of people have favored the Ghost on this one, which is interesting considering how much SMG play we've seen. The Ghost usually tells us that they were going to be standing back a little bit further and playing a little bit sharper, which is strange considering the play style of both of these teams this match. We've seen a lot of high-intensity firefight. Not enough to buy a frenzy, maybe, but it's going to be a barrel down A with a serious flank coming in. 3 players on the stack looking to make their way around and fight the other way up the Viper wall. Meanwhile, on the site, 1-for-1 trades begin the match. And the score is 4v8. This is important to Thiessen to get the spike down fast and try to secure that gap, start wrangling it in a little bit tighter. 2 more. The attacking side Shockers.
Goodbye.
Shockers are going to lose 1 more, and Thiessen still holding his ground, just staying over the
Oh,
spike.
nice.
Oh, gets caught from above from Elk. Cams has to have the reply, but that flank finally closes in. They do find him. Clock is low, but not low enough. They're going to get a quick and easy defuse, bringing them up to a scheduled double-digit win as far as points go on this second round of the half.
Definitely an uncomfortable amount of shots given out by a lot of these
Should I play
players.
some stars in
Not
this
quite.
reality?
But win is a win, so Harrisburg will move up. It is, what bonus? Well, Valka isn't even going for anything here.
Placing alarm
One of them
bomb.
is going for a Vandal.
Placing swarm
It's
grenade.
going to be a hefty
Placing swarm
prize.
grenade.
Should the Shockers get an upset win.
Yeah, it would be very nice to steal that out from the hands, and really the real definition of a bonus is to steal a weapon away for another round. Vision now is out and is going to aid the attack. Slide up this A site, which has been the pinnacle of the game so far. Look at these blast pack right in. Oh, the timing's just not there. Yeah, I mean, they appeared right when the reload came out, but they just couldn't hold it. And the double peak becomes a 1-1 feed.
Last
Defense
player
looking
standing.
strong here. There's a good fight for one more, but it's traded again, and Thiessen just kind of sifting through the armory. Lands on the Sheriff, but it's not quite enough to play against that Vandal from afar. And it looks like the Vandal buy paid off. They're going to keep it moving right on into the next round, and that will help to fight against the scheduled lost round for Harrisburg, round 3 of the half. Looking at a possible 5-10.
Placing swarm
Not
grenade.
that I necessarily expect it to happen, but if they do win this bonus, I would think that that is probably the final nail in the coffin as far as Lotus is concerned.
Yeah, it would be a serious spread, and then, oh, and then credits would be tough.
But,
just
you
very
know,
close to it. Finally finds it, but
oh,
it's not
that's
quick enough.
devastating.
Look at that. I'm sure they have another off player. Yes, they do. It's going to be Jeffy to pick that up and see what he can do within the
this
cam.
is
Ooh,
no.
staying strong.
I think it's just saved from here on out.
Really? You would just save it here? Still a minute on the clock.
I would save here definitely with another person going down.
Another.
But
It
it's
is a trade.
peeking out.
He's not going to peek on anything, though. They've both rotated to A, and the two of them flying up this Viper's wall, which is not going to be up for the rest of the game. Sorry, all three of them flying on up to meet the team. Getting that plant in quick right on the other side of left-hand default. Two players now. You never want to peek into A site with an op, though, so it looks like it is going to be a save. They're going to play separately to make sure nobody gets absolutely doubled up on. Elk maybe even getting greedy for a little bit of an outro here as the spike comes down to the time. Ooh. They even peek on the site and just apply a little bit of pressure. One thing for sure, though,
Obscuring vision.
Elk's teammate on the Viper is going to be holding that outro angle strong and is not going to lose
I
a
just
finger on
don't
that.
like this push. Your opper is obviously going to be saving, so
Yeah.
you're leading yourself to a 1-on-4 situation.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not an op, but it's still a rifle.
I feel like they do apply enough pressure, though, that people can't leave. You can't hunt down the op. He basically went in on a kamikaze mission where he said...
That is true.
Even if he made it and he got every frag there, he's not then going to be able to leave. So he's already said, I'm going into the storm, I want to create a little chaos, and it's gonna be harder for them to turn tail. So... yeah, I don't hate it, but it is hard to say out loud. Be like, well, this is now, you know, an effective loss for me. I may as well help save the op. So.
T-Sid readies the Hawk, throws it out on Mound. Bit of fire being exchanged, and now the op comes into play, getting the first pick, putting this to a 5-4, Harrisburg leading.
Ooh. Cam's great timing. Gonna open that door. Little bit of util through in the way of a Trailblazer from the sky, just to start making their way downtown here. Similarly, we see people shift off of A and gravitate a little bit towards center map. They haven't quite gone in. It looks like it's a wait till 30 situation. Jeffy similarly doesn't want to go flying in either. And Harrisburg is just going to stay quiet. A lot of times the best defense is a boring defense. Offense should never be boring, though. Look at that double blast pack right up to the top layer. A quick little plant in. They're low a little bit on vision denial after those fakes onto C and A. So they're going to have to really hunker down on B pretty blindly, pretty in clear of error. Thiessen looking to play around this corner. Has to deal with that fade util. Down to a 4v3 coming into the site. One frag down Cams. Sui another, and Hijinks too. Finally, Thiessen to close it off with a 3K after a little bit of assisting to find point 6, bringing it down to a 4-point gap. It's becoming manageable.
We see a timeout be brought out by Harrisburg. Not a moment too soon, I would say. They don't want this to get out of hand. Wichita State is, they're just in the rearview mirror, you know, just enough that like they're on the horizon, enough to make it uncomfortable.
Yeah, they're definitely coming up behind, and we talked about maybe the final nail in the coffin being that 11th point, but it hasn't quite happened. There's been 2 more, and that first point, that getting that 5-10 was pretty intense. I mean, I can say that I didn't exactly see that coming. We talked about it, but there was some strong plays there that had to happen by a lot of early frags. But this last one was stretchy. I definitely didn't see that coming at all, and bringing it up to 6-10 is good. And like we said, Wichita can definitely come up from behind and grab some points you might not be expecting. So even if they don't make it out of this game, they might have a decent shot at the next one and bring us to map 3.
Into round 17 we go to see if Harrisburg can't claw back a little bit of ground from the Shockers. Make sure this doesn't go to overtime territory because we still have another game to get to, at least in this best of 3, and then Boise State Rochester match after this. A lot of Valorant still left to play.
Harrisburg University on the defense is looking to tone down and draw back how much Valorant gets played tonight, though, with a quick win to close things out on map 1, though, which is tossed. State University on the Shockers
Poison's off.
are looking to draw that out and fight their way through another 6 points before Harrisburg can find their 3.
I've got your trail.
Charge goes in with the Seekers towards C.
Ooh.
Manages to flush out the Astra.
Yeah, and with only Elk watching C, it looks like a strong reason to stay. The Cabbages can't quite make it through the door, so they're not really on your tail. Hijinks making their way around. Just to be a good defense with that frenzy, but they haven't even considered this right wall, even though so much fire was going past their screen. And with a good cross angle, the Shockers find point 7 with minimal players falling. So a good credit roll into the next one. A lot of Phantoms and Vandals in the budget.
Definitely was a save round, though, for Harrisburg, so...
Very true. So they'll be looking at having an op and some Phantoms and Vandals themselves. Only one on the light shields, and I'm sure that plenty of utility has been filled back up to the brim. It looks like a strong push onto A. We don't see these very often. Look at them flying in there. The op close at hand takes a whiff. With the location known, they've got to get out of there. The reposition on the op gives the Shockers a little bit more space. So does T-Sin on the Trailblazer. Look at this. It's checked out nearly the entire site. They've just got to be careful of those long sight lines. Of course, they knew that with the reposition of the op. Long sight lines are the scariest part anyways. So they're going to spread this out and come in through both avenues. As that attacker Killjoy finds nobody, defense may start creeping back into the situation. They want to get this plant down now. And as an ult comes through, T-Sin barely dodges both of them. Oh, but can't quite dodge that. Jeffy finds one.
Even back up, however, 1-to-1 trade. Showstopper out, picks up one, traded back. Harrisburg just barely maintaining a lead, but they're running out of time to defuse this spike. They gotta get it now, and right now, T-Sin.
Last player standing.
Oh, that's just too much of a threat for them to overcome. Oh, the Killjoy, and it was half-sticked, actually pulls it off.
A strong clutch. Cams fought long and hard on that trade to make sure that didn't happen, but goodness, that half stick is so valuable. And that op is going to be saved into the next round. Yeah, Cam's finding one, fighting right at the forefront to grab another. Oh, goes flying out after the stick.
Placing swarm grenade.
Just a strong play by the KJ there to get the half. Tap it twice and then go in for serious. Truman and Company leading the charge while one more stays on the other side. Ooh, looks like they're going to abandon their post and help out with the A push, leaving opportunity for a bit of a flank from the C site from Harrisburg.
Found them. Swarm grenade out. Swarm grenade
Instead,
out.
though, a lot of the weight of the situation falls on Reyno's shoulders from back sight.
Killjoy thrown down, as well as Viper's Pit.
Yeah, and there's not total overlap between the Viper's Pit and the KJ ult, so the lockdown won't shut down the entire Viper's Pit. A fight amongst the fog leaves a place in
Healing over here. Out of healing.
default for that spike to go down. After the plant, a couple op shots from HiJinx find one, but Cam's on the reply to get another. It's 4-4. So much contact, but not very much going down. One, another.
Oh,
Two by Thiessen, so strong, but he's gonna. Oh, finds a third one and closes it up. Attackers to grab point 8. Point 8 against 11, though. They've only got 2 more points that they could. They only have 1 more point that they could slip. They've got to find 4 more to have a shot at overtime.
Wichita State is definitely that kind of team, so I wouldn't be surprised should it go all the way there. And it is going to be a save round for Harrisburg on top of that, so Wichita State should drive this to at least 9, and then they'd only be 2 off. Oh, uncomfortable peek around C. Immediately falls victim to a headshot.
Wow, a 3-peak pushing Truman out of the situation, and HiJinx low on health. Oh no, a couple of shots just over the shoulder is going to leave Thiessen the chance to find another one. Bringing him up to 4 and 2. A domineering hold by the Shockers. Just fork and knife in hand, looking at a plate full of 0.9 v 11. And it's a nice quiet push on the way towards. As the plant comes out. Oh, what a spray transfer. Truman on the Shockers gets the last 2, and it's a near flawless. That is gonna really dry out the credits.
I think the game is effectively decided in this round.
Yeah.
If they lose, that it's a save round, and then we go to basically effective overtime at 11-11.
Yeah, yep, I can see that.
Huge opportunity for Harrisburg.
But like
Viper
you
Spit
said-
expended immediately to lock off C, keep that out of the range of Wichita State.
Ooh. Truman misses that shot, but is gonna back up just a little bit. Yeah, can't hold that situation anymore. They need all the forces on B, so they make their way around Suey. Leads the charge in. Look at all that utility just dumping in from the other side to strain Reno. Trying to defend. Oh, vision is simply denied. All in all, the defensive snake pit has to be abandoned, as C-Site does not look like the hotspot for this round. Our first contact goes out, and it's going to be Harrisburg losing a player. Oh!
Ooh.
The grenade trade finds HiJinx a little bit lower of health than he started. Defense still has a strong hold on B-Site, but the plant is already down. And after a couple of taps on the spike.
It's 1-1. No, 1-2. Excuse me.
Wichita.
Ace.
Wichita was so close,
out.
but look at that.
Oh, wow.
Just plow through. A wild ace there. Because he's playing from the same angle everyone else is. Incredible. Like you said, though, that was a big hit to Harrisburg, so they're going to have to play on a save here.
Blinded.
Meaning that they're kind of scheduled for an 11-11, which we like to call the effective overtime, as each team still needs to win 2 points to make it in. The only difference being after that first point, you're still playing on the respective offense or defense for one more attempt to point the match point. Oh, Jeff turns it just the wrong time, but he does have HiJinx to help him out. So they are going to push it back up to a 4-4. Meanwhile, Shockers are making their way onto the A site, and they left a few behind to rock this post. HiJinx feeling hot, finds another one, then that's enough to charge the bazooka for frag number 3.
Harrisburg currently tied to a piece. Despite it being a save round, they might actually be able to pull this off.
Player standing.
Oh, but oh man, now this
Enemy
Killjoy's got
remaining.
their work cut out for them. Manages to find one, swaps over to the classic. Goes
30
back,
seconds left.
quickly gets the reset.
So
Has to
scary.
do
This
it
could
on
go
a
either way.
stinger.
Reno.
There's only 6 left.
Not expecting,
Oh,
went
why
around
did
the
you
wrong
peek
way,
right?
just doubled down on the 50-50, and Cams had the upper card. Shakes it and brings it to an 11-11. I don't like saying the O word, but I think we're there. Goodness,
I'm
this,
not,
this
I'll
ring
believe
around
it.
the
I'll
road
believe
here.
it when I see it. I'm not going to call it yet. But should it be decided here, it'll be the absolute possible longest game without overtime. So. Teleport across the sideline. No major peaks out by Harrisburg. Well, expended, but both teams just kind of waiting this one out. Don't want to get too gun-ho.
Yeah, nice slow push, just feeling out the angles. A little bit of creeping here and there. You don't want to be the one to slip and fall on point 11. That's a sharp thing to fall on.
Another smoke expended.
Cover going out.
You should
They're
run.
gonna throw out their smokes. There goes a Killjoy to just try to clear out C for a little bit so they can move in. Now they go running in past the Vipers. Oh, right into a swarm grenade. That's a lot of damage that Omen has taken.
Satchel out.
Snake bite.
Fire in the
Now the retake has to go through for Harrisburg. Showstopper. Gonna get one from the Rays, but then quickly Wichita State answers back with 3 of their own. Now just 2 left for Harrisburg. Oh, and it's a 2-2.
remaining.
Despite the steady hold Cams had on it, he couldn't hold it together. Elk makes her way
Ooh.
around and falls in the same way. And that's going to be point 12 for the Shockers. Can they rein it in,
Match point.
keep those creds, and grab themselves match 1 in an upset? Or will they slip this point away and begin the long fight against bedtime, pushing us into overtime?
I like that. The fight against bedtime.
Yep.
Sounds like a delightful children's book series. Moving in on toward A. But the early smokes they're pretty standard and walls thrown up on A, so. Slow rotation back over towards C.
Toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
One pick gotten by Shockers. It's going to open up toward 2. Wichita State getting very close to pulling out a win. There are 3 left for Harrisburg. Can they bring this back?
Yeah, it was a nice slow push, changed to an explosive exchange there. Down to 3/4 of a minute left. They're going to have to make some serious decisions here as they roll up into the site, which is, oh, playing around on this door, they might actually go meet the defenders in their own homeland instead of staying C. A little bit of a change up to what
30
I expected.
seconds left.
Thiessen looking to make their way around here, are going to get caught off guard, and look at that play. Lith grabs a free one. Right around, no info, a third. No, their 4th kill. It's Ace territory. Truman, can they stay alive, get a nice little plant, and at least recover a little bit of credits? It's not going to matter, though.
And now the Nightfall is going to go out, give so much
Oh,
information
look at them
on the
hunting
retake.
down, finds one.
Still gets
Not
one. It's a
there.
1-for-1 trade. This early into the night, and we're already into overtime. Oh, Lordy, I think I'm coming down with a case of the vapors. This is gonna be a marathon of a night.
Switching
could be.
sides. Overtime.
Here's the overtime.
All right, Harrisburg, they went on such a huge losing streak, and then just one hero play by their fade gets them whipped back into shape. But can they actually get the victory?
They're sure gonna fight for it. 15 seconds left on the gates up to set down their walls. A nice even distribution on the Shockers here, back on the defense, which they were not super comfortable on. Round one, it didn't go, or half one didn't go fantastic for them.
Find you.
Quick blast pack in towards C, over mound for Harrisburg. They favored C a lot, as has Wichita. Very tough retake if you manage to get it.
A strong defensive smoke from Truman is going to hold things down until Hijinks is able to push their way through, but that is backed up by a little bit more util. An attack-sided smoke is then placed afterward. Hijinks is more comfortable holding this. It's not too deep into the hallway, though, so they can't quite play through it, but they're willing to stand closer. And look at this back and forth on the smokes. This one also a very defense-sided smoke saying you're not allowed to take this site, but they've got to stay there. All the exchange happening back on A site here is Lith looking for something against Thiessen and Sui as they just move back and forth in their spots, just jiggling the situation. It's going to make their way out of there, hopefully. That was enough presence that we won't see a serious threat of flank. Speaking of serious threats, look at Hijinks, finds one and a second one, stays up, looking to get that plant down after dropping a quick little boom bot down the hallway. He does usher in Reno after the taxi gets a good plant in. 2 and 3 left on the field, 1 low of health. Those defense come careening into Site C. And the direction in which they did was not quite anticipated. In fact, we still have a lot of flank watch. But after that, we've seen two players here direct their attention right onto the site. They make their way around. Spike has been pinged. They can just play through the smoke.
Doesn't even manage to get the half stick on it, and this Nightfall, I think, is going to nail things down for the Storm.
Sure enough.
Gets the win. They move on to match point, but they move back over to the unfavored side.
Yep.
They got to win on defense.
And that's just the way it is, isn't it? It's whoever can win on defense first, really. There is a timeout activated. Ooh, saving your timeout for match point in the overtime. A bold call, but it just may pay off. And this timeout is called by a defender which we have not seen yet, which means coach might be stepping in.
Yeah, I got to think that because Harrisburg's been having such a huge struggle on everything defense that they got to find. The one time that they've got the defense they've been very kind of, okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get my words together. What I'm trying to say is we see them buy into the op a few times, but we've only seen really one round where you get kind of the opening that you want with the op. The 5-4, immediately you get the first pick. Otherwise, it's just been all of a struggle for them. So I don't think they'll probably go for something as big as that. Well, they could. They actually could. Their opper would have to suffer minusculely on their shields, but there certainly are enough credits. They're not going to go for an opper. They're going to go for an Odin. What is this I see before my...
Wow, a bold play. They must be very sure about how thin the walls are in their apartment, as they want to just go banging right through. And they've put him at the front of the lines here. They're setting up for a strong A push. Look at that. And Odin holding down solo a site with every single piece of utility out immediately. It might just be the call. Look at this flank as well. And Reno.
Found them. Bomb grenade out.
Just going to be waiting. The alarm box triggered, though. It's moving further and further back due to a whole bunch of util. The Shockers are just placing gradually onto A, gaining more territory.
Grenade!
Paint shell's thrown up and over into heaven, climbing the rope.
Planted.
Actually gained so much ground.
Oh, Sui taking a peek into the nest. His anger defeats. They come flying out. Hijinks grabs one. Everybody is just looking into the pit. Thiessen to find Jeffy. A little 1-for-1 back and forth. Lip Khan looking for one too.
It's down
Last
to
player
2
standing.
apiece. Now just one left for Harrisburg. Manages to find it. It's a showdown to decide the game. Ooh, bad crosshair placement by the Shockers, and it's being forced back, but I don't know if the time is on Harrisburg's side. Shockers tie it up again, all 13.
Another event where the attacking side
Switching
takes it
sides.
twice in a row.
Overtime.
We're gonna have to see if anyone can hold this one together. If the Shockers grab a second point in a row here, they'll have a good time back on the attack. Kind of have their work cut out for them, you know. Harrisburg, however, might be feeling that it's their turn to take another point. Take another good stab at being on top.
Early peaks happening around Mouth. Shockers getting themselves. I was thinking they were going to get maybe a little bit pushy with their position on Mound, but are going to back off. Wall goes up on A, as that's where Harrisburg wants to make their initial push. Probably going to be an initial bait on the door. Keeps trying to fire through, trying to get any sort of chip damage he can. Door is opened. A lot of the storm moves through it. Prowler thrown out on point. They're gonna move in as a unit. There are 2 up in heaven, 3 up in heaven, 1 split via the smoke. Skeeps gets the first pick, traded back by Hijinks, down to 4 apiece. Plant going down for the storm. Oh, but he doesn't plant it all.
Oh,
Oh, they still haven't planted.
Reyno's gonna grab it and start sprinting out to follow Elk in.
Enemy remaining.
One
And
man
Cans
watching.
calls it.
30 seconds left.
And they've just got to keep on walking. Reyno very close to the site. He should have people in trail as soon as he gets his plant out. Going to plant in a little bit atypical spot. A good call considering the situation. He would love to find this point again and bring him up to match setting.
Got to be careful of how they peek around this. You don't want to give him a potential collateral.
Ooh.
Immediately finds a head tap. Moving back.
Oh, and just calling their rotations brilliantly. Oh, wow.
Placing swamp.
They didn't know where the plant was.
But this is a KJ who can stall things out with that swarm grenade.
True, they sure can. And the plant's been there
And
for a minute.
if you get one more pick, you can drop the lockdown too. Oh, if only you knew. Spy goes down, finds it. Oh, does he know? I don't think he knows. Oh, he peeks back out. As there's just enough time. Oh, 1.76 seconds, and Wichita State moves into match point. Oh, that was bungled. Oh,
Skeebs
you
with
had it.
just guts of steel holds down when men are just falling around him to get to half, and then peeks out of the smoke onto unfair ground and whips around to find it, and then fights the clock for the second half of the spike. What a performance to bring in. Point 14 for the Shockers. Now they're on the attack, and this is all they need. They've successfully flashed the boombot, dropped a little bit of smoke and snake bite,
Bring them down.
but the push is strong. Look at this hunt, this chase by Harrisburg, just looking for something. Cams shoos them away with an early pick. The flank is a shutdown. A couple of heals coming out, bringing the 5 players on the Shockers up to full health and a strong force back down B main. B main has been riddled and rigged with
Toxins
lots
going up.
of util from the KJ though. So they may want to step around somewhere else as the Trailblazer shows a fairly clean A. Hijinks is going to give away their location, get flashed, try to pop. Oh, the nades, but they just barely miss it. A good control on the fire there, finds one more, bringing it down to a 4v3. The snake pit's available though. Truman can't quite find their way out of the util as they storm B main. Gets caught down to only 80% of health.
Poison orb emitting.
30 seconds left.
Toxin screen down.
Spike planted.
Poison's off.
Just have this Killjoy and this Astra. Now the don't have that fade. That was the main player to bring it back last time.
Toxins going up.
They're gonna try to coordinate this so they can move in as a unit. But there's a lot. All right, place the spokes down, hanging out right around the corner. If you don't check this angle, they're gonna make you pay for it. And the Shockers certainly do. Wichita State claims it in overtime, 15-13. Oh boy,
Yeah.
I told you the Shockers are a team that gets these incredible come-from-behind victories.
Yeah, but they can't just get it once. They've got to find the next map in order to grab 2 in a row at the best case. But it could be longer than that. We could look at a short overtime and then a map 3 with a long overtime. We got to be happy. 15-13 isn't too bad of a situation, though it is a drag. And that wasn't just a back and forth. There was a big step in either direction that was made. Clearly, these are both attack-favored teams, at least on this map. We'll have to see how they play out on Haven.
Yeah, it's over to the other three-point stage for Haven. And can we bring up the map graphic again? Because I do want to see which team is attacking first. I did see that. It did slip my mind, but I'm sure we will get the update on that. Thank you very much. It's going to be Wichita State first. Wichita State will be the ones attacking first. Harrisburg attacked first on Lotus. So Wichita State, you know, you're thinking if you have choice of whether you want to attack or defend, that probably means you didn't choose the stage. So
I'll give you that, but there's a chance. There's a chance they get lucky twice here. You know, I mean, if Wichita, you don't always choose your favorite side to go first. I think in this instance, if they could choose now, they would love to maintain the momentum. So having the attacking hand when you have shown yourself to be stronger on the attack after a win is a good look for sure. But there's a chance that they didn't necessarily want to be attacking first, and they may have chosen this stage. I mean, we definitely saw a strong play on this stage by Harrisburg as well. It's not guaranteed that Harrisburg didn't choose Lotus.
now, the interesting thing is we haven't seen any of the agents come out yet that are traditionally the oppers. No Chamber or Jet yet to speak of. But Haven might open up that possibility just a little bit more.
Yeah. Looking forward to diving right into this and seeing what our situation is going to be on the players. We did see that fade come out. We didn't see a total mirror up. Here's a little recap on some of the more exciting turns that we got to see roll out of the last map. And there were definitely some exciting points. We saw very varied play styles with some rounds losing on the clock even. They were so slow on the rotations. And other rounds, people just went flying in. I think my favorite point was in the last 2 rounds, the scramble for the spike as a KJ tries to hold down a smoked situation with an off-default plant. Oh, and this just threatening
It was such an
ace.
explosive opening
Yeah.
for the Storm, too.
Yeah,
Had a comfortable 8-4 lead, and it went all the way to overtime.
And the gap just slowly kept on closing.
Well, the one thing that was sticking out to me is that I was reviewing the team notes before this match, and one thing I noticed is Harrisburg was higher seeded, but they had a few members on their team who were actually a little bit lower ranked than Wichita State. Wichita State, in terms of ranks overall, just average, had a little bit better. So there are things that could go in favor of the Storm or against them, but right now, Wichita State is not going to be thrown in the towel, despite the fact that they started the second half at a deficit, brought it back to a very thrilling closer. Normally, also, I got to say, you know, we talk a lot about overtime, but I also think kind of rarely does it actually go past the initial 12-12 mark.
Yeah, and I feel like it's interesting because when it does go past that 12-12 mark, it's usually very bad. It's usually very grueling. It's usually scenarios where the teams are so kiltered or offhand with their defense and the attack is so much more of an advantage that we see just like 12 in a row and then 12 in a row on the other hand and then the 1-on-1 back and forth, like sextuple overtime in the pros sometimes we'll see. But to have it end on just 2 after, it's just enough to be like, oh, we're still here. We're still fighting. it's still going strong, and we're going to fight you on the endurance as well. So here's a little zoom in and out of the bracket that we've got going. Currently, the coverage you're seeing is of Harrisburg v. Wichita State, the 6th seed versus the 11th.
And whoever wins this match is going to be going up against either West Virginia or Purdue Northwest, but I would think West Virginia, they're one of the highest seeded teams in the bracket, so I think that they'll probably pull out the victory. So Wichita State might be facing, if they win this, yet another kind of underdog situation, but that seems to be their specialty. And then once we're done with this game, we'll move over to the other side of the bracket, see Rochester versus Boise State. Boise State definitely in the bottom run of the teams, gets placed up against an even higher seeded team. And then if they win, it's going to be either Converse or Fisher that they go up against.
Yeah.
That's going to be a tough one.
However, after playing against either Converse or Fisher, I mean, you just got to play the other side of the bracket, and then you're down to the finals. I mean, this is, although there's a lot of teams on the map here, this is not a super, super deep tournament. We'll be over with this in just a few weeks, and we are coming in close. So the practice density has got to go up if you want to take the Champion Cup, if you want to take the big finals this December. So.
Yeah, this December at Boise State Esports Arena, Boise, Idaho. You know, you're thinking Boise State, you know, they're the home team. They want to at least make it toward the finals, you know. You're hosting the finals. At least make it so, like, some people can come in, you know, your locals, and cheer you on. You know that the Broncos are desperately want to be getting to at least finals. And, you know, winning finals, of course, but at least make it to the finals so that you can have that home team cheering you on.
Yep, yeah. If you've got to be there anyway, you'd like to be playing. At least from a player's perspective, that's the way that I would look at this bracket. A lot of teams, though, would love to scramble towards the finish as well, and there is a lot on the map. Speaking of a scramble towards the finish, the map is a little bit deeper for those teams that had to fight their way through the deepest depths of the LCQ. A little reminder on the rosters for these players here. Harrisburg pulling up Thiessen, Cam, Suey, Truman, and Skeebs. And we've seen some real hero plays come out of them, too. Wichita State.
Actually, I do think they're reversed.
Right.
Yeah. I've seen these teams enough to know that they are reversed in that regard. A little bit of a swap over in sides. But yeah, I mean, oh boy, we saw so much focus on the Rays there, and I think we saw in kind of the util hallway why Rays was such a pick. You know, has so many options that you could use with the paint shells to angle it around those tight corridors, and also place the bomb through some smokes. I mean, it was a really tight and enclosed match with a lot of smoke and sight denial all the way through.
And we've seen the pick rates on the Rays be fairly high, and I think the developers have as well, because there's been a slight nerf that came out very recently for the Rays. So those paint shells are not quite as strong as they used to be a few months ago. So you've got to follow those up with good gunfire. On the other hand, we've seen, I believe, a serious buff to the Cypher, which I know that you enjoy watching play. So we'll have to see what kind of bends that makes to the situation as we go into the next map, Haven. Our anticipation is here that we might see a Sova come out, and we might see Jet back on the field. Not very often that you don't have a Jet on either side of the roster, but this map is definitely the case where we're so controller heavy that it's not critical that we have Jet out.
And a good number of positions that you can set up. Of course, there's the obvious position in C-Lawn, but we also see A-Lawn also prove dividends as well, because you can just get that sightline right onto lobby. And, you know, if you're peeking through C-Lawn, at least the other team, you know, you can go through garage and avoid that sightline. But getting the sightline onto A lobby, there's nowhere they can go if they want to be pushing the traditional route through A. Whether they're going lawn or sewers, they got to walk across that off sideline.
And a good pair of smokes that let them jump across that little box there, which splits the A short, A long. You can still, with a good updraft or a nice mobility around the stairs, find another great vantage point from heaven with that op onto A. So they're both menacing places to be. And B as well, watching from the top of that box onto the massive window across the field, literally called grass, to get to the biggest doorway in the game. It's just a playground as well for the
Another thing to keep in mind is that Wichita State isn't that much of a stranger to Haven in terms of their underdog victories. This was exactly the same stage that they closed it out on against Fisher to get their win. So maybe they can do the same for Harrisburg. Speaking of Harrisburg, they're going to be bringing out a Harbor as one of their controllers.
Yeah, very interesting. And that's only one of their controllers. We're seeing single controller on one side and double initiator on the other. And those two initiators are very forceful initiators.
Select
They're
your
not really
agent.
information initiators as much as they are moving right in initiators.
Well, I mean, Sova still has a lot of tools to be able to get information. The Owl Drone, and even if you land that dart just right, you can get so much information on where they are. So
That
it's kind
is
of a
very
balance between the two. All right, here we go. Wichita State versus Harrisburg in game 2 of this best of 3. Shockers currently sitting at the match point. Could be the first big upset of this bracket. Will we go on toward Bind to decide it all? Or will Harrisburg end their journey as far as the fall was concerned?
Look at the scenic overlook of this wooded wonderland.
Yeah, not as pretty as Lotus. I gotta say that.
Not as pretty as Lotus. Look at the coniferous spread over the rolling hills. I don't know. I like it. I like it. It's Home Though. Haven is one of my favorite maps all time, and hopefully these teams can say the same thing themselves, because confidence is key here. Speaking of confidence, we've got a nice roll in from the attacking side. I mentioned earlier that they just took the last map, so they're probably feeling pretty good. And this is kind of their match point for the night. If they can find these 13 points, they're looking into taking home a game 2-0 against a seed, which is far above theirs.
Ooh, a blind coming out on towards C. AJ's not going to fall to that. Trade back and forth. Down to 4 apiece. Spike still not playing it. 2-on-1 goes in favor of Skeebs. Now Harrisburg having to do the retake. Long sideline down C. 1-for-1 trade, but they're still down 1. They need to do better than just trading. They find 1, are able to flush out Cubby.
Yeah, but it took a lot of fight, and that Spike has been down for a minute now. That Harbor Wall can take things to a little bit of a slow down. Ooh, the Frenzy from afar finds a couple of
But the thing is that unless he picks up another gun, that breach is out of ammo, so he's going to have to reposition. Pick up something else to use.
He's got plenty of options, though, around.
Oh,
wow,
what
what a call. The back and forth, though, one man left. He said
Get
no.
some!
That is a quick play by
Oh,
Elk,
but he can't
There's no time.
defuse.
Ooh, look at that. That's probably my favorite clutch play, is sacrificing yourself for the timer. I mean, that is such a win-con understanding. Don't play for the kills.
And of course, you want the, you sometimes want the extra little bit of resources that you get from actually being taken out by the Spike. So.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah, and instead of just like playing and waiting for the tap and then going in for the kill, knowing that if you cause a little bit of a disrupt, they can't even find the half. And you either get the money for the frag or you get the money for going down. So.
Oh, huge.
Yeah, Khan, blind from a distance, making it a little bit difficult to defend. A with a short Harbor Wall holding off that long sight. Now the
Co moving around, they're able to get Cubby, and Jeffy already took a huge amount of damage. Only at 9.
Wow. Now that they own this territory again, they can go rolling right on up, and defense doesn't own very much territory at all behind this wall. Oh, and he finds it with a blind. Just peeks out onto nothing and grabs him. Sui and Cams, wild with it. Hijinks is pushed out of the territory there and forced to wait for the Harbor to come on in and help from the side. Sui just pushing in on that territory, looking to grab point 2 for the Shockers.
Of course, you're expected to win with the gun advantage in round 2, but it's all about margins and getting a flawless here. Gets them that perfect, unblemished A. Oh!
Wow, 1 point.
Elk just holding on with 1 health.
You can still find a frag with 1 point of health,
Just
though.
stare at him aggressively and he'll fall.
Oh, yeah. Just turn the volume up too loud and he'll be out.
And there's
just
no
flicker
time
the
on the
lights.
Spike.
Simply not. He's definitely looking to save a couple of threads, just stay alive with that 1 point of HP left. I'm sure they're on the hunt, though, looking for this outro. and they're stuck on the map with no defense space left. That's a down. No more guns for you. Admittedly, they weren't holding any Vandals over the next.
But we're also seeing kind of a lot of strategic, you know, positioning near the spike at the end of the round to make sure they get the extra few credits and the ultimate point.
I mean,
blown up by the spike.
Lotus is occasionally, it feels like a little bit of a scramble when things aren't totally worked out. Like you drop your Seekers and the pathfinding isn't fantastic. They just kind of run themselves against the wall. Or, you know, just little things like that.
Oh,
but
to be
this
fair,
one,
cabbages aren't known for their brain power.
they're not, they're, I think, use echolocation? I don't know how cabbages run, but this one is ironed out. I mean, this is just strategy soup here. They've got a spaghetti of sight lines that they can play. Sui
takes so much damage.
I mean, taking that much damage is not what's crazy. It's that he survived with 11. We've seen people just barely hanging on by their fingernails time after time in the first 2 rounds.
Finished.
There is
Gets a
one
wall
more.
bang through the garage doors. Nice start for Harrisburg.
As Khan knocks the last 25 off of player number 1 to fall. But there's been more than that in eye contact. We still have our 11 hit point player holding on tight. Jet for the Shockers. Yep, Sui looking to make their way into box with the Marshall. It's an uncomfortable 50-50 you've got to force. And with the harbor wall as well, there's almost no way through it. The timer just keeps getting shorter.
Gun here.
They're going to have to wait until at least like 30 to plant.
I don't even think it's a game right now of necessarily getting the spike. I think they just got to be looking for that 1 or 2 exit frags they can get. Sideline held by Hijinks not going to pay off.
30 seconds left.
It's a little bit threatening, but not enough. They come rolling right in. Oh, and they
Oh,
corner this man
nice.
in hell. The cloudburst, is that going to be enough defensive smoke? Wow, it is. Gets him
Spike
just enough time
down
to
A.
regain his senses.
Remaining.
Oh, look at that flick. Sui appears and disappears so fast
I got
with a
the
Marshall
spike.
shot to boot. Goes for the plant?
10 seconds left.
Well, I mean, might
No?
try to just get the credits
Oh,
or bait them.
it's still possible. You only need 3 or 4 seconds. Goes in for it. Are they going to hunt him
Gets
down?
it. That's huge.
180s to smoke. Oh, the
Gets
closest
another.
is
My
Marshall doesn't-
goodness.
Oh, knew
Tries
exactly
the-
where the next one was, but just couldn't hold it together without the ADS. They can't quite find it, and Khan is going to get an easy defuse, but wow.
I mean, hey, you're
What a play.
bonusing, you take out 3, you get the spike down at least. That's pretty good.
Yeah, yeah. Wow, that has been an intense round for round 3. Usually we just say, oh, yeah, they're scheduled to win this round or lose this round. Man, what a play here. Oh, that shoulder shot. If they were ADS there, I'm sure they could have taken it. That's unreal. Moving into 1 and 2. A nice full gun round here. Phantoms and Vandals are out and ready. We're going to see a strong push coming in from the Shockers onto A. Got to be wary of that long sight line, but not too wary. A little bit of shot from a Hijinks in short. Just looking to trim the top of that Sova. Doesn't quite find anything. Sova and KJ are going to make their way downtown through short and the harbor wall. Holding things at bay for now. But they're all prepared to come rushing it in as soon as that wall falls down. And there it is. Tisa, Sui, and Cams synchronizing their watches, just holding it out, maybe hoping for Hijinks to get a little bit greedy and walk into the 50, but he's not going to. He's just going to keep jump tapping. The fight is on. After a quick flash, Truman looking to make their way in, but has to change targets. Doubles down for another one, and Jeffy to find one as well, bringing that to a 1v1 down. 45 seconds on the clock, and it's a scramble of smokes, plus another harbor wall brought out the long curve, splitting this site up, giving the attacking side a place to plant. Thiessen holding it together to find one through a collateral, and Elk, a close-up long shot. Hijinks, another one from across the site, but then is played down by Truman. Thiessen to get another, and attackers take it, bringing it up to 3 points for the Shockers. They're on a roll.
Of course, the main question that I have going into this is how heavily is this going to be swayed to one side or another on attack and defense? Because we saw the mirage that came through for Harrisburg when they were attacking and then they fell in defense. So we Wichita State, if you're thinking that if they're as good in defense in Haven as they are in Lotus, this is a wonderful start for them.
A quick dash to the cloud burst. Hold right on top of Tetris, and it looks like it's unsuspected. They find one and stay there post for a second. A quick adjustment to get a beautiful sight onto Elk. Can you even call it a sight when they're throwing right through the smoke? Just rolling dice at this thing and hitting all 20s. They're looking to make their way around for another. But it's Hijinks deep in the sight. Oh man, a shoulder shot on second peak to Sui. The jet-on-jet action is over. As from the spawn, he finds a second.
Goodness!
Hijinks stays strong, grabs 2. Oh, but is caught off guard, and I was caught off guard too. An absolute jump scare from Skeebs.
Scanning ahead.
And despite, dare I say, the Valorant effort, Hijinks just cannot hold it together. A great difference on the credits here to grab 2 before going down, and all it cost him was a Marshall. One that apparently he didn't even want, because it's back to a full gun round, save for one player still considering maybe switching to a light shields and getting something. Could this be Hijinks plays on knives? Sure enough, the knives are popped from the defensive. We're going to see how long those last. Harrisburg relying on ult points here to save a couple credits.
Swarm grenade out.
But look at all the ult points that the Shockers hold. I'm sure they'll want to drop one or two ultimates in the next 1 or 2 rounds. A nice steady hold of the long sight line, but no one's holding grass very tight. So it looks like they might have a good push up on the B, but no, they want to go through the box. They want to see a little action. Looking to send the spike in her carrier right through into C, despite that wall.
Wichita State also being very thrifty with their ults. That's the first one that they've used, and they've got 4 more in the pocket, 3 more in the pocket.
Indeed they do. Thiessen getting that plan out. And the wall goes up to split the scenario, but there's attackers on both sides. Cams holding down the C long, which may be very important very soon. Looks to TP out and just in time. Oh, he's going to take a second shadow step for a beautiful angle onto the Knives player from above. Shot from the sky. Cams. What an angle. Sees one scurrying into the cubby. Is going to go chasing it after. Another bend to the knee. Oh, but Khan in the last second. Under fire of Thiessen finds it. Gets a trade out. That's going to be nice. Does break the flawless, but that's another point for the Shockers, bringing it to 5-1. Look at them go. Is this enough, though, to hold through the drought, right? You've got to harvest all your mana now, because Sunday is coming. Once they switch off and Harrisburg is back on the offensive, we don't know what the difference could look like in skill.
Harrisburg is going to be forced onto a safe round. A lot of stingers coming out. One Marshall as well, probably given over to that Jet. May, we've seen great Marshall play as well. Not enough to bring a whole round back, though. Hijinks taking the sideline through lobby. No one from Wichita State seems to focus on that. Dash in with the Jet up on top, gets taken out with the Marshall. Now they continue pushing on towards C. They get a wall bang through. That's huge for Wichita State. Viper's Pit thrown down to try to stop them, but they pick up yet another. It's 4-3. And they get hit with the swarm grenade as well, forcing this Viper to reposition.
Oh, they dive in at the last second and save the Viper's Pit, but wow, they were very close to dropping it. And it looks like there it is, it goes down. The spike is still off the site though, and they've got options, but...
Whoa.
Nowhere to run!
Ooh, Hunter's Fury forced the Viper out. The Viper!
What?
You cannot let that happen!
Quick swap and a jump shot from the Classic to grab another one, and all it takes is Khan and company to steamroll one last player.
Wichita State, you had 2 rifles, Someone with a frenzy and a classic, you cannot allow a trade like that to happen.
Wow. The worst trade deal in the history of trade deals maybe ever has just transpired, and now we're staring down a 2 and 5. 6 points.
Harrisburg is going all in on their purchases. They've gotten that shiny up for Jet, but she has no credits left, or no credits. I think it was probably 50 or so afterwards. So down to the wire. But Wichita State has been favoring C so much that this positioning in A sewer isn't going to be coming into play, at least for the start of the round.
They're going to hold strong here as people are running right on down the site. Heavily relying on this Viper's wall to let them keep operating here, but the util's coming out, and look at this pop-up by Rano, finds one. All the back and forth trades, leaving it down to a 2 and 3 as Truman and Thiessen each find their one as well. One turret still out on the attacking side has been silenced, and all that is left is 2 in the cubby. Look at this quick flash, though. Rano looking to hold it together, but my goodness, a little bit scary as Cams from afar just gets to drill on through the smoke with no consequences, and the attackers find another one, bringing them up to that 6 points that they need to be at, guaranteeing them an at least even half. So I know they're looking for more than that, but it's nice to know you're doing better this round than you were last game.
With that all-in purchase they had on the op last time, there's no chance ever that Harrisburg is going to be able to pull by here. They'll settle for 2 rifles, and then the rest of them will save as much as they can. 1 sheriff, so, you know, 1 sheriff, 2 vandals, good amount of head-tapping potential, but they just charge right through A lobby before this guy can even get a chance to tap some heads.
You should run.
Killjoy thrown down, trying to clear out A. It's going to force a whole bunch of them back.
Oh.
There's still room in heaven. I think this guy's going to position, yeah, right in the very corner. Oh, no, isn't going to go up that far, but could have.
Yeah, they definitely could have. In fact, that's something you should probably consider. Looks like they're not worried about it. People looking to come into the short side. Oh, and the rejoy as a defender Killjoy.
The Hunter's Fury
Oh, look at this.
isn't there.
3 of them just held in the corner, and Thiessen might not make it out alive. Looking to call their bluff and see who comes running in, but Hijinks not playing lackadaisical at all as a flash comes flying in. Sui looking to hold their ground with the company. Skeebs coming up from the side finds one with a beautiful, do I even call it a flank? They should have been watching a short, and they still should, but they're not. Skeebs looking to just play around here, holding as Cams finds one before going down. Same with Sui. Truman
Oh
caught
my
for free,
goodness.
though, as Khan goes ridiculous. A last 1v1, he's looking to hunt down the last player. Khan v. Skeebs, the spike is already down. Oh! Wow! Was there a half on that? Not
No.
a chance, and Khan falls. A 7 point for the attackers. Good pacing by Skeebs. If I was Skeebs, I would have played in, got aggressive.
No, I don't think I would have. I mean, you've got the spike down. You can rely on the bait, and there's less time left. I would respectfully disagree with you.
Yeah, no. They did the right thing. I mean, they got the point. I think I would have been too greedy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no. I'm saying, if I were in the team, I would have messed it up.
And you know, it's easy for me sitting here to say, no, I would have. I probably would have done the same thing.
Just a good flank is just so tasty. But playing with that control, knowing
Here's
that
about
the
strategy.
sum of
You
the
gotta be
parts-
the hero. You gotta get that TikTok clip. Oh, nice pick by Cams, but it's traded back.
Yep.
Cabbages now brought out by Harrisburg.
Oh, and Khan with a laser angle to find one, but not for free. 9 health left. Walks dangerously through the Viper's wall. And look at this low health on either sides for several players as the spike carrier is holding on to less than 50 health. Sui goes flying in, and wow, look at that. Doesn't even crouch for it, just grabs 2 and continues on about their merry day. And continues walking. They're going to usher the spike all the way to C site. Rotation coming around from Jeffy. They have to be ready for it. He's got a good pop on his Skeebs if he's ready. Oh, the flick is not quite there, and Skeebs grabs another. Khan does find it, but now it's 1v2, and he's on the wrong side of the map.
And it seems like he's more interested in just saving this.
It may be. Though, Yeah, looks like they're just
Okay,
saving
yep,
it.
he's got a Vandal. He's going to save this. So we've got about, 30 to 45 seconds to kill. What do you want to talk about?
Yeah, they're just gonna hang out there. Interesting though. I mean, 9 health and a Vandal. I don't hate that save. There's nothing we can say about the ult points here. I guess there is. If you went up to fight them, they don't get any benefit in the ult points. But man, there's just such a big money difference that you don't really get to. The rest of your team can't buy, so they're gonna be the only ones holding a Vandal.
Yeah, I mean, they could all buy. It seems like some of them could buy rifles, but they'd have to go very low on shields to do so.
And very low on utility too. I mean, out of the 1,000 creds, yeah, that's just. Oh, that's just between a decent firearm as well as decent shields or any shields at all, and all of the utility. That's a barrel so deep that scraping the bottom of it is difficult to do. People go flying in and hijinks to slow them down, finds one. Have they learned their lesson? Everybody flashed. Nothing happens. They kind of shake hands and then walk the opposite direction. Decent low health. Has to make their way through this to find something. Cams to back them up. Truman's already on site. So it looks like they should be able to make their way in, but no, they're stopped by this wall. These beautiful Viper walls making it very difficult to take the site. And even once they have, the defenders have actually backed off entirely. They'll have to sweep the entire site again. And look, they may even be considering a deep flank off the B.
Utility goes out. Yeah, I don't think Wichita State realized how much they locked down that point. Could have an interesting showdown here in heaven, which, Jet is moving off. The Omen could flank. It's just waiting on the util, however. Hygiene takes a peek out. The Hawk goes. That's going to be the green light with the harbor wall as well. But Skeeps gets himself stunned. And the Rolling Thunder is also going to plow into a bunch of Wichita State as well. But Skeeps is still alive. And gets a double to boot.
Wow. And by scaring into the cannon, the heaven to hell drop that just plummet scare. And Jeffy takes the last bastion. Grabbed .3. Wow. 3-8 though. I mean, interesting that last game we saw an easy 9-3 against the Shockers, and now they could be taking it themselves.
I don't like this.
Yeah.
This seems like you were going down the exact same path that we had on Lotus.
A little scary.
I never thought I'd say, boy, I wish we could have a 9-3, but here we go. I'm sure Wichita State is thinking the exact same thing.
Oh, definitely. And I mean, this is just another great instance of where the score doesn't tell the entire story. If you had just showed up now, you'd think, the winning team from last round has, the ahead this round. I'm sure this is a sweep and a mop. No, this could be as just tight of a game, maybe even tighter, considering this difference between attack and defense here.
Truman starts things off with a pick against Harrisburg.
Yeah, one in the courtyard.
Right there.
And then they shake back down. A couple of threatening pings, warning the situation of Khan, who is just gonna stand there. Says, "Yeah, ping me. Come see what the situation's like."
I don't think everyone's really gonna take the bait.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a.
Although this is a lot of ground that he's making up here.
Ooh.
Oh, nice pick by Sui. It's traded.
And a good trade too to shut down those knives. The trade on that is getting the Vipers out for the defense, but look at this swarm of Shockers at the feet of Jeffy here.
I told you this guy. This flank coming out here, this over, it doesn't look the right way. They're gonna run right into each other. Gets him.
Free money. But look at this rotation. Absolutely shutting down the Jeffy value on the Vipers pit, as they now are the brand new owners of an A site of their choice.
10 seconds left.
A good rotation by Thiessen to plant facing the wall. Always minimize that circle. Good to see good technique.
goes out through heaven. Go charging in as the unit 2 with the harbor wall. It's answered back with some breach util.
Last player standing.
Jeffy gets the pick. There's only Teeson left. Gonna run right in past the wall.
A little bit too close for comfort, but he finds his way out of that situation. Not very long though. Teeson goes down to Elk after finding one, and Khan just barely grabs the defense.
I'm getting superstitious
Hey
now.
man, this is I'm having some deja vu here. Getting superstitious, yeah. 4 and 8. A very similar dance.
Few ghost picks, but not too many. A lot of players are deciding to hang on to the classics, get some abilities going.
Yeah, I mean, if I had just seen the Shocker's gun choice, I'd think that they were going to hang back a little bit and rely on that aim coming from the Ghost, but they're just chomping at the bit here, looking to just soar right down C. In fact, they might see, sure enough, a dash coming in for a good flank. They're going to flip a little bit of utility, though, which hurries the push of B. And they're going to flow right through to A short, just pushing Skeebs further and further back. Oh, but he waits out that harbor wall and can't find anything. Too many targets and not enough ammo. HyJinx going to drill him down with the Frenzy. As we DC the camera to get a beautiful overview of the situation, HyJinx plants away from the corner. Technical foul. But it's all right. They've got a quick plant, and they evacuate the site. Oh, right into Sui's hands. Truman in another neck of the woods finds one as well. They're going to drop down just even more utility, making it difficult for Reno to go without an extra battle scar on the Sui.
Player standing.
Yep, there it is. Sui can't quite hold it together. Elk grabs one as well.
Oh,
What
that
a
was
hunt
so
that-
risky.
Yeah.
Because he knew the Killjoy was there.
Yeah, to blind one side of the 50-50 and then turn on the other one. I mean, on paper, brilliant. It's a shame that didn't work out, because that would have been very impressive. Yeah, let's see that again.
Placing alarm bot.
Yeah, he definitely sees. Definitely
Oh yeah,
sees,
he's watching it.
Alarm bot out.
Flashes that direction. Ugh.
But it's flashing the wrong person too. I mean, he flashed the harbor, so
Yeah.
the Killjoy is still there, able to pick out from around the corner. I would think.
I think that flashed both of them, but it was less of a flash onto Harbor. I think the Harbor like almost.
No, I don't think the Killjoy was looking. She was behind the crates. Elk immediately gets
Yeah.
a double.
And I mean, one of those was a collateral, or through the wall. Ooh, Skeeb saw definitely a little bit of the barrel several times, and that toe just peeking out from HyJinx. Oh, HyJinx. Ooh, dodges 3 different shots, takes a graze on the shoulder, but it's worth it as HyJinx finds Skeebs on an early push. Cams looking to try to just fight back the territory. The call is made. If you don't reposition after a hit, you've got a tough game to play here. You no longer have the home court advantage. Oh. Khan just drills down the situation, and Cams finds himself onto a double peak, so Elk from a distance grabs that one. A convincing 6th point for the attacking side there. Ugh.
Now Harrisburg is going to take a little trip to bonus land.
Yep.
So that means Wichita State should be expected to win this with all those rifles they have. If not, then
Yeah, and look at
we're
all those
probably
rifles.
going to another overtime.
Let's go.
A lot of coalescing around B courtyard. Util thrown out, trying to get Teeson's location. Harbor ult spent to clear out B. Teeson gets the first pick, picks up a double. Question is how well can they win this bonus? Will they pick it up with a flawless? That Jet, nice dash away after the pick. Back into garage. Wallbane's being attempted through the doors. More breach util thrown out for the blinding.
And they've set up a steel wall in front of the box doors. Look at this crazy triple hold onto it. Ooh, Reno
Spike down.
falls
mid.
to Skeebs and drops the spike in an awkward location.
Flawless.
And a quick flash on to Jeffy makes that an easy sweep through the grass. Dare I say, just mowing the lawn. Long by phase, lots of consideration here. The Shockers have to be careful on how they proceed here. It's already come back to a 9-6. We've seen it happen. They know how easy it can be if you fight hard. When you're back on the attacking side, you can make up the difference.
Oh, that's a huge blow.
Yeah.
Stun and
Wow.
Truman already putting Wichita State up to a good lead.
Yeah, just mowing things down here. Truman's then going to back off and allow long to be taken, but they'll have to do it tentatively and work together. Just, you know, just gingerly walk nice through. Looks like all three of them are just going to spearhead Banana, make it right into A. Meanwhile, the Shockers have resettled their holds between A, B, and
Right
C,
there.
though. The rotation will have to come out after
Rolls up. Right there.
the plant goes down. Sure enough, here it is, as all the utilities being dumped to shut down sight lanes. Elk holding this deep default.
Right there.
Meanwhile, the other player, Reno, sitting on the shallow default, watching any spots from heaven. His two players are there,
Blocking fire.
preventing a drop down, letting Elk watch the long sight lines. They're doing well so far to hold it at bay. Jeffy finds one before going down. Reno
Last player
does
standing.
get Hams, and Truman frags Reno out. The back and forth is serious, and Elk grabs one right before he goes down, leaving just Thiessen to get a defuse with the last few seconds available. Very back and forth the finish to that one was. A lot more methodical. I mean, I'm surprised that defense didn't gamble stack on the rotation here. They held it very default, and then when they got to sight, they just decomplexified, just kept trading one for one. Down until they had one player left. It looks like they've cooled down a little bit. The Shockers are feeling good about this. Treating the defense a little bit more differently. They've got the off out on the light shields. Confidence is up. Jeff looking to make their way through all of this util and catch the off guard. They may have done it, but they didn't get the point from it, so they're going to have to back right out of there.
Toxins going up.
More attackers moving up the grass, looking at B site and the box. Jeffy to join him from the window after a scary encounter with the Viper Jet combo. Harbor initializing, playing as the catalyst to get in there. Elk getting a fast plant, backed by hijinks with the knives out, is going to rotate for any weak corners. Just going to hold this door. Oh, and it might pay off.
Wichita State still manages to get one pick, so they're up 5-4. Moving in to try to be able to find this defuse, but it could be a bloodbath in the smoke, and that's the case with this Sky. It is 3 apiece. Time's running out on that spike. A move-in, bunch of blinds from Harrisburg to move-in, finds the final one, and it's 7-10.
A threatening finish for that. 7-10 is another point for the Harrisburg. Out of Pennsylvania, the Storm.
Placing sentry.
One Bulldog has to be purchased by Harrisburg
Getting
off
ahead.
that win. Not enough for a complete full buy. So Guard trying to get some information through lobby. Nice fire. Immediately gets Suey. And Elk's going to continue on Harrisburg's winning streak. Brings it to 5-3.
A little bit of a scare by the Shockers. A little bit of a scramble by. Got some odd guns in. But with only 3 left, they've got to pick their pick.
I've got your trail.
Ooh. Goes rushing on to the cabbages, fires a few down. Initial information out of that one was garnered. They know where to rotate now. Elk looking to cut the territory down. Oh, that util is just so strong to be able to cut those walls, both of them so deep. They just own the entire site now. Gonna go ahead and grab a nice little spike plant, nice and easy. Few shots through, but he stays strong. The push wall gives him a good chance to hold things at bay and just waste the clock a bit. A 3-2 as far as players left on the field, with the Shockers defense just being held at bay. One util after another. And even if they did peek through, Hijinks with a nasty angle.
Last player standing.
Tough position for this Omen. 3v1. Immediately gets head tapped with the Vandal. Harrisburg now up to 8.
This place is nice,
Ooh,
but not
closing the
nice enough
gap,
to die.
nice and slow.
Let's win and
Oh,
get out.
I know.
The Shockers just looking to find 3 more points before Harrisburg gets their 5.
Placing sentry.
Well, Harrisburg doesn't have really any problems with their util, able to purchase full rifles. Phoenix Wichita State had a pretty penny saved up themselves, so it'll be another full rifle battle. Few initial peeks being pushed out through garage. No one spots anybody, so the push goes further up through courtyard toward B. It's a tight angle that's being held by this Omen here. Moves in up on top, covered by the Harbor. Still goes down. 4-piece. Dog thrown out on toward point. Gonna check every single angle. Spike is down, so Wichita State can keep an eye on that. Not so much if a Viper's Pit is placed down, however. Trade back and forth again, now down to 3 apiece with 1 minute left in this round. You can try to use the space given by this Viper's Pit to get that spike back. Maybe do a quick rotation on toward A. Could be the case. Yeah, I think, yeah, you could just grab it right in here.
Yeah, and try to get
Or
right
just
on out of there.
plan here on B too. That's also fine.
I mean, especially inside the Viper's pit, they may want to own this territory a little bit longer, use it to their advantage. With 35 seconds left on the clock, they get in a nice bright and early spike.
Nice angle,
Ooh.
catches the Jet unaware.
Ooh.
Sova backs out of window, manages to take out the Sky. Didn't think he would.
Yeah, very, very fast play by Termin Reaction there. They're forced to get out of there, and look at this, only barely holding on to the smoke. Strange how that Viper's Pit takes up space, and look how low they are. Oh, they're so very, very close to being out. They're gonna have to back out of the smoke just to save a couple of hit points.
Wichita State is going to play the long game. Allow Harrisburg to come within just 1.
Of even, yeah.
And you know what? I think it's probably going to be tied up. Because Wichita State, I don't know how much longer they can full by.
Looks like they won't this round.
Yeah, see, yeah, this is going to be tied up at 10 apiece.
Oh!
Well,
I don't know, though.
Well, you
I don't
know,
know.
if you're a little creative with your financing,
That's one way to say it.
I don't know, do you go for broke with the op?
I oftentimes myself indulge in creative financing to find myself an op.
Oh, look at this
and
charge
utility.
up by the Jet.
Wow.
Are they expecting that? They are. Just managed to trade 1 for 1,
Yeah,
however.
just not quite enough. It was an exciting 1-for-1. I'll give them that, as Hijinks and Reno both find one. Cams to grab one right in between them before going down. A little bit of play through the walls, not quite enough, but it's good enough for Jeffy. He grabs his and gets right on out of there, leaving one player left. It's Thiessen. Can he find something? Wow, and what a defense Thiessen must have put up, because they go scrambling away, the other 4 players of Harrisburg. looking to make their way to A, and I think you could be right. We could be looking at a nice clean 10-10 here before we get some decent guns out for the Shockers, unless we find a serious hero play coming from Thiessen. Though it would be difficult, as the plant is already out, and Thiessen's doing laps in C.
I don't know if Peace. Oh, does he even dare? The Jiggle Peak beats out a shot.
There.
Now everyone knows where he is. Just try to go for. Throws out his U-tail, moves in immediately. Stopped.
Toxin
Yep.
screen down.
I mean, that's all off of audio cues to be able to listen to where it's going, trace it back, set your angle, and just throw right down the wall. That was strong. That was a good play.
Well, you know, I think spending all of their timeouts in round one, maybe they're wishing they had some of those timeouts right now.
Yeah, it could be biting them a little bit. They've got the buy phase to just stay hot on the comms, but not enough time to get a glass of water and really think things over. So 10-10, a scary place to be without any extra communicative time.
Hunter's Fury immediately popped by Wichita State. Finds one. That's a good pick.
Yeah, a devilish read to bring things down, just kind of boiled down the Pittsburgh team. Sorry, the Pittsburgh team. Harrisburg.
Still in Pennsylvania, just
Still-
Ronberg.
Yeah, a little bit further over.
All right, Killjoy going to be placed down by Harrisburg. Trying to get themselves possession of B so they can plant quickly, try to recover this. Oh, that's a huge Hunter's Fury slamming right into B, forcing everyone back off. They're now all back in courtyard and weren't able to get the plant. So that's that Killjoy just completely negated.
Toxins going up.
No ultimates for anyone except this Omen teleport.
Ooh.
Picked by Skeeves is going to be huge for Wichita State. Puts it to a 5-3. Very difficult now for Harrisburg to get the plant. Skilljoy is close enough that this U-tail will
seconds
go
left.
off as they move through. Ever so slowly. Mirage is right on top of the swarm grenade. Ah, it gets popped right, steps off it.
As they dash on over
10 seconds left.
to C site, it'll be difficult to hold in. Oh! But they do well so far. As Con and Hijinks both take one, bringing it down to a 2v3.
Spike down,
Reno
C.
goes down though. Only a few seconds left. There's no chance. Defenders take it, bringing them up to Shocker's 11th point. Was it worth it? Giving away those points in the middle to save up and find those finances that we played so fast and loose with before. 2 more points. That's all they need. They can take it home.
There's such an uncomfortable staring contest brought out here
Oh,
in the
yeah.
replays. Oh man, that open just was gun-ho.
No, yeah, just a romantic distance apart with those players. Ooh.
Early harbor wall
yeah.
thrown out through A-Law and gonna force Truman back.
Well, but they don't chase in after it exactly. They're going to respect the space just in case Truman is feeling daring, but he doesn't. They back off and they own now the Harrisburg hallway here. Cams with a quick little shadow step over to put double defense down on C. It's not quite going to help him though.
Flooding them.
Backs off. Kind of shakes down the situation, looks more for a default. We're gonna find some info. Elk is the info supplier for the situation, though, knowing that harbor wall is gonna clean things up for the space. Giving Harrisburg
Right
the
there.
perfect catalyst to get a great plant in. Now all they've got to do is defend it. Truman now, sightlines have been enabled. Is gonna get one before Sui goes down to Hijinks. Gets the drop and finds another trade now, 2 for 1. One with low health. Elk on the flash. Can he rein this one in? He finds one. Can he find a second? They toss the gun. It's a quick weapon swap. Classic jump, but it's not enough.
I thought they would lose that under the bungle double peak. That was
that's
just
scary.
you take the double peak and you ended right there, but coordination almost didn't work out. Oh man, an air horn to signal that you are at match point. The number 11 seeded Wichita State, upsetting this match, has a chance to end it right now against the Storm.
And 2-0 upset. That just looks good on the books.
Final few moments of silence before the round that could decide it all begins. And off we go. Early attack plans look like they're going to be pushing through B courtyard. There's a lot of swarm grenades down there now, and everything gets popped, and the Jet has to dash out.
The floor is lava. Hijinks flying out of there to figure out where everybody else went. As the halls were empty, does see one Sui looking to make it out of there and save their op. They go down to the extra mobile op from Sui's hands and knives. Offense now holding strong the C site. Can the Shockers get in there with their 3 against 5? Oh my goodness, it is very, very close. A little
Nice
bit of
shock
pepper
dart.
damage from the shock dart, yes, but oh, that is just so weak right now. It has to be a direct hit to really do some serious damage. Even another good shock dart isn't enough, and Hijinks is out there still menacing away. At least enough to help Khan get that 3 kill.
Okay, one last chance for the Shockers here. You let this go into overtime, you got no one to blame but yourself.
Yep. And then it's a little bit scarier. Oh, man.
That and maybe the fact that they're playing with a very huge gun disadvantage this round, so we're probably going to get a second overtime of the night.
Ooh.
Turret out.
Yeah, we either see a wild upset with some strong in-round bonuses, or we could be waiting for them to win their next defensive round. No contact just yet, though they have thrown a couple of shots through Sui. Looking to find, intercept this push. He's seen at least 1 or 2 bodies, find all 3, and he goes
That was
down.
so unfortunate that those peaks were timed. Oh,
But he does ring the bell. Everybody else comes running. His defense floods the zone. Oh, goodness, it's not quite enough. Truman goes down with no effect. Tams does get the trade, but oh, wow. Attackers find it. Bringing it to 12-12, also known as overtime.
Switching sides. Overtime.
so it appears my suspicions at a halftime of it being an 8-4 lead were quite well founded.
Yep.
Now, Hijinks is going to be bringing out an op for this overtime, so a lot of pressure on him. He's got a position up on A long. It's the sideline I mentioned right at the beginning of the match, and Wichita State isn't going to have any of it. A lot of them positioning towards C long instead. Besides the op, everything else is pretty much set in stone. Rifle, shields, and all your abilities ready to go. Be a chaotic few rounds to decide it.
Yep.
Very fast dash up C long, claim it. Gonna smoke off. Get what they need to plan. Gonna hold his Harrisburg into a retake. Oh, Elk was so busy throwing up his wall, he gets flanked by Skeebs.
Yeah, it's a strong hold on the site here, but they're already thinning it out. They've sent 2 back to watch the flank. After finding nothing, they come flying back in, and Hijinks and Khan looking to just tilt the tables just a little bit. Down to a 3-3 now as Truman finds his 2. Ooh, very, very close. Harrisburg low on options and low on time. Jeffy scrambling for something. Tries to weed players out, and it becomes a trade. Thiessen closes it off and grabs add in for the
Switching
Shockers.
sides. Match point.
They will have to find a defensive round here, though. They'll have the creds to do so.
Yeah, but it's not their favorite side is the problem. Thing is, though, is those last few rounds where they were on defense, they had, a lot of problems with economy and guns. So
Yeah.
that's not going to be a factor in overtime. They can just all get the rifles that they want and move on. Now that they're on defense, they don't go for an op like Harrisburg decided to. Harrisburg chooses the initial route of
Placing swarm grenade.
B courtyard. Still all bunched up. The flanks being held down. Omen hanging out in window, whereas the breach is just going to position himself right up around the corner. Regroup with Sova. Focus their attention back on toward A, where a lot of Harrisburg's attention. They're thinking about pushing through here.
Toxins going up.
Through lobby. Now going to head down into sewers, past the Viper
Enemy
wall.
tag.
Here.
You did hear one tag be brought out by the Sovas, so a bit of information given over to Wichita State. And now the play goes through. This could decide it all. Harrisburg is now going to try to plant down. Gets caught up a little bit in the timing. Going to go over to the corner shock dart position to try to keep it at bay. But he gets caught in the shock dart.
left.
Harrisburg is going to get the plant down. They got to move through the harbor wall. And right around the corner, waiting the Viper. It's a trade back and forth. Harrisburg has the lead with 4-on-3. Wichita State still could bring this back. But they got to play around a lot of side denial. You can see the barrel of the gun right through. They use that information to take him down. Only one shocker left. And they are closing their fangs around him. We're tied back up again at all 13-all. Just like round
Switching
one.
sides.
They had
Overtime.
How's everyone feeling?
such a
Good?
slow
Right
start
there.
to that round. I mean, they were pulling out all of the Myers-Briggs buzzwords, just thinking, feeling, perceiving, judging, just creeping and crawling right on through, checking every angle deliberately, and it gave them just a great setup here, so where it could divide the players, isolate situations, and take wild rounds.
Placing sentry.
Wave crashing.
Early attack plans centering around B possibly, but keeping all options open. A few peeks through C by the Shockers. Rano holding down this sight line. Not spotted out by the Owldro. The wall is going to go up for more sight denial onto C. You can see between the Viper's wall and the Harbor curved wall, they've built up this sort of continuous wall between C and B. The Great Wall of Haven has been constructed.
Yeah, they really should go back to buy round. They were like, nope, we're not done. We're not done thinking. Let's set up shop a little bit more. You guys can come in later. Yeah, a quick little wall change and a couple of flashes. Skeeves takes their hand at the first shot. Not gonna quite find it. They'll need bumpers on for a better strike there. Another few walls come out and they just keep things divided. Attacking side has made their way up, and to claim C, they've got a plant down, but now they've got to hold it in. Some smokes keeping things at bay. One drops in the double doors garage area, and that's going to be the place the defense can find their way in.
Turret out.
There's already some good crossfires on it, though. It'll be hard for Elk and Jeffy to fight their way in. They find a way, though. Jeffy right at the corner finds two before going down, and Elk does make it a trade. It's looking pretty good for Harrisburg University. Sure enough, there it is. And a beautiful defuse to close it off with 7 seconds on the clock.
And even more crucially, it's a win on defense. So Harrisburg
Switching sides.
looking very much like we're going to be going to a game 3. Wichita State has to get the win on the side they're not favored on in order to get this.
And then they'd have to do it again, too. They have to get a win on the side they're not favored on just to bring it back to another overtime. Yeah, it is looking uncomfortable for the Shockers here.
Turret out.
Wall's being placed, a lot of tension through A-Lon. Hijinks gets the first pick. That's a huge one onto the Shockers, making more room for themselves through A-Lon. A potential flank through A-Sewers, but the Vipers keeping watch over that. Bit of sight denial placed right before A. Gonna have a little bit of a waiting game. Neither one wants to be the one to give away the whole team's plan to the other.
I mean, the Shockers are just barely hanging on by their fingernails here. Just staring over the edge of the cliff. 4 players against the 5. The clock just ticking down, waiting for anything from Harrisburg.
Going up.
Deep into A short, hoping
Toxin screen down.
that they can find enough frags here. Truman is going to be the start to that. Does find one and stays strong, bringing it to a 4-4. Not bad. Elk already going in for the plant, solidifying the site of choice.
Spike planted.
Skeebs has made it up to heaven. One more coming in from the short angle, but look at that hijinks. Finds A short from the attacking side, and Jeffy, the short angle from the other side. As they begin to branch out, Skeebs low on options, has got to back Truman somehow. Oh, makes too much eye contact, finds one but goes down, and one player left from the Shockers. And the clock just
They
keeps
got
ticking.
a great cross angle here, too.
There's just no way to make it out
Wow.
alive.
Storm comes back. And we're going all the way to game 3. Both of the first 2 rounds going to overtime. Decided 15-3. Both these teams realize that whoever's the loser gets their journey ended right here, right now. Whoever wins goes on to the round of 8. So, my goodness, we are going all the way over to Bind, which we didn't think was probably going to happen, but here we go. And here's the thing, Harrisburg is attacking first on Bind, and the teams that's attacked first, at least for the first 2 games, with exactly the same score line, has been the one to lose.
Yeah, they'll have to take a very, very strong position on their attacking half so that when they're going to fight uphill on the defensive half, they can end it easily and a little bit more timely than going all the way out to second and third overtime like we've seen before. Wow, what just absolutely ridiculous that we had the same score lines twice in a row, and that one of them was an upset and that the other one was a scheduled play. This, like we said, we're deep into the dog pile here, and these middle seeds can have some exciting plays as they scramble for their next shot at the finals.
Well, Rochester and Boise State waiting uncomfortably on the sidelines,
Yes.
ready to go for their game, and they're seeing that this one is such a nail-biter.
Yeah, yep. They will be a little bit farther in the seeds, though, so if it is similar, that will be a real nail-biter. Yeah, so we're looking forward to a very exciting game coming right in after, but first we've got to settle the beef on Bind.
And the interesting thing about Bind is I think we're going to see that Braves play come back that we saw so much on Lotus. We're going to see that be brought back. So we're going to go a little bit more back into some close range territory, which, you know, Haven has kind of a mix of those, so I really can't call it for either team.
Yeah. It could be a serious scramble here, as we could see a little bit of the same agents that we saw in the first map come on out. TC see a little bit of change. We've seen a lot of Breach play already. We've seen a lot of good Viper play. We've seen a lot of good Raze play, and I anticipate greatly that all 3 of those players will be on one, if not both teams for this. But then they've got a little bit of options where they want to go with their other duelist, or if they want to maybe bring out a Chamber, maybe bring out a little bit of a Cypher is a probability, that they've been strong in the KJ. Wouldn't be surprised if we just saw that for both sides as well. Maybe even an Astra on the controller. Astra's definitely had her era on Bind.
I mean, you know, you could, you know, sometimes see Cypher on Haven, but come on. You're on Bind, you're on his stage.
Yeah.
You gotta give him the respect there.
But, I mean, Split, Bind, and Haven are the places that we always see that Cypher coming out. So if we didn't see him here, I feel like our last chance. Well, I mean, obviously our last chance to see anyone would be on Bind, but looking forward to seeing what kind of builds we're going to have. Here's a couple of shots from the last game. Yeah, talk about a nail-biter. There were some wild encounters on this one. And just what a close finish. I thought down to the very last second that it might turn around for a little bit more overtime and find some more favor in the Shockers' eyes, but I guess Harrisburg didn't want to see an upsetting game. That was a pun.
That certainly was a pun. One of the puns of all time.
Easily one of the puns of all time.
Wow, it's just so unreal how these matches have just played out as mirror images of each other. And I think the matches come down, I mean, they're so close that they got to be matches that are decided on, you know, the time when a double peak is bungled, or, you know, it's just those little decisions, or maybe the barrel of your gun is sticking out and you're not thinking about, you know, you're giving away your position. It's just little mistakes like that It's what's causing the game to grind to such a close conclusion.
I mean, this is high-level play, and that's when it becomes a game of mistakes. A lot of these things that we talk about, oh, they're scheduled to win this round, or they're scheduled to win that round, or us being able to see that far into the future is just a great testament to how drilled out this game has become in some ways. I mean, these people have been repping the X's and O's on the whiteboard time after time, and they've played so many matches in all of the same style. It's down to a game of mistakes, and it's down to those odd positions where weird flanks come out or util doesn't quite add up in the way that you'd expect it to. And you have to understand that, I mean, sometimes we're, like we said earlier, you or I might find a push to be favorable, and that's just not the way that it needs to be played. It's down to little mistakes like that, where you have to understand that the sum of the team is greater than the parts, and whether you have a couple ascendant players on your team or not doesn't even matter when it's down to just mistakes and how well can the team synergize what they have.
Let's take another look just at what's stake here. We're currently watching the Harrisburg versus Wichita State game. Harrisburg was higher seeded, expected to win this one, but Wichita State has been putting in a fierce fight, and they want to be the ones moving on to the round of 8. And especially when you're thinking, you know, if West Virginia, the team that's expected to win their match against Purdue Northwest, one of the best teams in NACE, well, whoever wins this match is certainly going to be battle-hardened, that's for sure.
Yes, definitely. Battle-hardened to be sure. But I mean, this is at the end of a long season to begin with. Everybody's already seen quite a bit of the battle, and for many of these teams, any of them in the double digits, we're looking at an entire LCQ that they just had to fight through. So it has been a long and dense season. They've got lots of games behind them and quite a few games ahead of them indeed, especially if they keep going to map 3 like this. Especially if they keep going out to double and triple overtime.
Yeah, it just makes me think of what the finals are going to be here, because so many times, you know, we see in certain tournaments, sometimes the semis can actually be more competitive than the finals, and this one is probably giving the grand finals a good run for their money. Well, we want to remind you, if you're ready to take your next step, the Army ROTC offers leadership training to prepare future officers in many fields, including cyber, engineering, and many more. And of course, Duncan is proud to sponsor with NACE Star League. NACE Star League and America runs on Duncan. Little bit of a quiet here before we just unleash. I don't want to say quiet before the storm, because in that way, I'm not specifically calling out Harrisburg. I'm just saying it's going to be a chaotic match.
I like the calm before this storm as Harrisburg comes triumphing in to try and take this point too, but they're not just going to steal candy from a baby here. We've seen the Shockers put up a serious fight, and they took that first round in what seemed like a strong upset, though it seems like these two teams are actually right neck and neck after they did the same song and dance through Game 1 and through Game 2, coming into an 8-4 at the half and fighting their way on to a 13-13 before the game finally fell over.
And the Shockers started this season out as a more newly formed team. I think a lot of people just didn't expect them to make it this far in the tournament, pulling off so many upset wins against very formidable opponents like Fisher and now Harrisburg. But we're going to see if they can capture lightning in a bottle twice and actually get the victory here against the Storm. Just waiting on these teams to load in toward bind, and then we'll be ready to go. Both first 2 games decided by 15-13.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm sure they are definitely taking this time in between to grab some water and situate the things out after. We talked about how fast they exhausted those timeouts in the first map. And I mean, you never really know by the first map that you're going to go to a third game, especially not with the disparity in points we had and the way they had to crawl back to close the gap, both teams, in the first and second maps. I mean, what must it be like to have a stretch like that where your attacking side is so much stronger than your defensive side that the back and forth in the overtime is not even something that you'd anticipate in the first 7 rounds?
Definitely is I wouldn't have expected the game to turn out this way, all things considered. And I kind of have, you know, a running superstition going that if a game goes into overtime, and it's not to decide the match, but just that particular round. If it goes into overtime, I always tend to think that the team that loses that overtime has a really tough time getting back on their feet and kind of resetting their mentals and fighting back, because you're into a game situation in which, you know, your adrenaline's pumping at full maximum. And so to come back from that realizing you lost, and now you've got so many games in a row that you've got to win up forehand. But Harrisburg, huge credits to them. They were certainly able to do that and have driven it all the way. We haven't seen a game three. I could probably say maybe 1 or 2 times this season in broadcast we've seen a game 3 in Valorant. It has not been a common occurrence at all.
This season they've been few and far between. We've seen a lot of smash hits, whether we were expecting them or not. But this one's a little bit of the opposite. I mean, we said that they are very close in the seed. They're not near the ends either of the top or the bottom, either team of the full 16 bracket that they're in, because they don't have to claw through that extra game that the 16 to 18 seats do. But to walk through that valley of losing the overtime fight and then have to play on the defensive side of a map that I believe they did pick the map though. So, yeah, a serious fight there.
Yeah, and there's also the thing, I mean, I want to say, and I usually set it up that way, that they had the choice of the map, but I have to admit that there are a lot of times when teams, it's the opposite. The map they didn't pick is the one that they do good at. You never know how that's going to turn out. Sometimes you can have what you think is the best strategy, most carefully laid plans set out before you, and then it all falls apart, and you got to figure out a way to pull off wins on maps that you're not that used to, or maybe you didn't scrim on as much.
I will say, with the exception of... I heard of one team which absolutely derailed Sunset and kind of pulled Sunset out of nowhere, which the other team was not expecting, and took a smash win on. It is usually the case that everybody's pretty much on the same page as far as maps. And you may have some favorites and you may have some least favorites, but you never know how the other team's favorite roster stacks up. So a lot of times in the Valorant world, the other team picks your favorite map and you get a nice, good toe-to-toe before you kind of have to scramble for a second place on the next map. So we don't really know what Bind might look like, though it doesn't seem, you don't usually save your ace up the sleeve for map 3, so there could be a big difference on the attack and defense here, too, considering comfortability.
Yeah, is it the ace up the sleeve or is it the afterthought in terms of map choice? And it's really going to decide who actually moves on. And then we still got Rochester versus Boise State, which is the one that I was hyping up so much, but this one seems to be where all the action is. This is the one where both teams are grinding each other down into dust.
Yeah.
And whoever just claws their way over that finish line gets to move on in the playoffs.
Yeah, and we've seen some exciting action, too. We had a couple of good hero plays. We had a full house fairly early on. We had a few aces and a few scrambles for aces at some points when we saw a few 3 and 4Ks. And a few hero plays near the end of the rounds or even into the overtimes where it was down to the last few seconds of the spike.
Well, off we go down towards Bind, and let's see what is going to be Oh my goodness, so we're going to see 2 Yorus be brought out.
Wow.
Someone in production is going to have a great night tonight. And hey, if you want to argue, Yoru has great potential here on Bind. You've got those decoys. You could play a little bit with the teleporters through them.
I think this is definitely the place for Yoru to shine, though. Something has to be said about us not anticipating it at all.
It's kind of our favorite rhetorical punching bag.
Yeah. And this
Not because we necessarily dislike Yoru, but we've got a really good friend on production who mains him, so we always like to give him a hard time about it. But I think he's probably going to be the one laughing tonight.
And that duelist pick is going to go side by side with the Rays, which we very highly anticipated to be on this site. This is kind of Rays' playground.
This is also interesting. I got to point out from Harrisburg, they have not gone for a Sentinel at all. They've gone for 2 duelists and 2 controllers. They are completely foregoing that Sentinel pick, and it looks like the same is going to be brought out for the Shockers as well.
Yeah, that double controller is something that we've seen a lot of today. It looks like people are definitely doubling down on the site denial. And this time it's going to be the Brim smokes as well as the Viper smokes. So, which is interesting. I feel like they were so strong on that Harbor. We saw a lot of great Harbor play, which really just tore up the site. I'm beginning to fall in love with Harbor, and I'm not surprised that they went back to Brim, because Brim does find a great home here.
Yeah, they're just not quite as many sites that demand a wall just go right between them to split it up.
That's true. Yeah.
Not quite the massive thing you'd find on Icebox B or or Breeze,
Yeah,
both
and
of the points there.
The connectivity is strange because they can have the teleports to add that extra mobility. The actual physical mobility of the footprint of the map is not quite there. I mean, look at all this dead space, which is not reachable in between, you know, kind of taking up where a mid would be because you can just teleport across them. So it makes more space for single smokes and less for walls. And I guess I get that. Obviously, one wall still can be thrown through either A or B, courtesy of both the Shockers and the Storm showing that off here. And look at this gamble stack from both of them. They kind of just switch spots. Jeffy, though, catches a few in the center as defense tries to flank around and find this A short push, but it's not an A short push. It comes in from Bath. Jeffy standing their ground, finds a 3K, looks for another, but goes down. It's all right. 3 is worth it. Truman, though.
Oh, falls victim to the decoy.
Yep. And there's .1 at very quick pace with a frenzy.
Now,
in
the
hand.
reason I kind of burst out into laughter midway through that first is because this friend that we're mentioning in production often operates the observer. And what 2 players did he immediately focus
boy.
on to start out the map? The first Yoru and then the other Yoru.
A little bit of suspicious
I
hold.
I see how it is. I see how the favoritism is coming out.
It's all right. Quick little flash to kick things off. And man, these gamble stacks with high push, Jeffy finding another one, possibly, nope, not quite. Just gets one and then goes down. That frenzy up close.
Jason's gonna have his job made a lot harder with that smoke going on to Hookah.
Yeah, the wool is right on over his eyes while all the wolves get to run in circles here on the sand. They've already got the plant out and they're already backing off of it, and we've still seen Tison not show face, just kind of waiting out this smoke, looking to see if anyone will come to his aid. It's going to be 2 players on the Shockers, the 2 remaining, Cams and Skeebs, making their way up the hallway. One goes down. It's not a 1-on-1 feed. They're pacing it out correctly. Might have a great shot on a Tison. Sure enough, Hijinks does find it. Cams looks to fill that void. Oh,
Gets
a great
one.
1, too. Can you repeat that, though?
Tries to bait it out.
Just looking for some
Yeah,
extra
he's
shots.
gonna be
there.
happy with dying on point there.
Yeah. To find two players on the Harrisburg in the bonus, it's tough. Well, moving into the bonus.
Speaking of that bonus, we're seeing a lot of rifles be brought out by Harrisburg. I mean, two of their teammates actually were taken out, so they have a good chance to actually kind of meet the firepower that Wichita brings out. Oh my, Harrisburg starts the bonus out with a great pick. That decoy just seems to be something that Wichita State not ready to play with.
It's all quiet on the western front. It's from B site. People playing in from both the long and the short. Hookah finds their 1 player as Tison is keeping the others at bay. Truman right underneath the hookah window. Hijinks would love to take a little bit more space, but is waiting for the rest of the players to find their way through the garden.
Quick teleport out on toward point, immediately taken out by Truman, who was just waiting there in hookah. Harrisburg has a really good chance of winning their bonus. Get the spike down. They got a heal on top of that as well, so that can keep just sideline over the spike itself.
Poison's off.
Jeffy watching for any potential flanks through market. Isn't anyone there? They're all back in hallway and elbow. In goes the Sky, trying to gain some ground with the flash, but is only at 6 health and just 1 hit and gone. Just this Yoru left. Cam's gonna throw out the blind.
What?
Gets one, gets two. How much more is this Yoru gonna take? He gets three. The Yoru hero play. Is it gonna come through, or is the Viper just gonna put an end to it? Baits out the defuse. Only has the out left. It's stopped right there, and Harrisburg wins their bonus. Still quite an exciting feat.
Definitely an exciting feat, but man, to win your bonus now, they've got an easy buy up. They're threatening 4 points in a row here.
I mean, it's a bonus with massive scare quotes around it, I will say, because most of them are just having to purchase up anyway. But still, a huge lead.
But to look at the lead in the credits too, I mean, as long as they don't lose very many players here, they have a good chance at a fair fight on round 5. That Yoru play was not just one player or even one round difference. This is a hill to climb now for the Shockers. He does have that ult, which can be very helpful in open areas where you can just mow down the player that you can see.
Poison's off.
Through a little bit of smokes, but ooh, a good crossfire setup here for Thiessen and Truman. It's not enough. A flash onto one and a you know, an ammo clip onto the other. Hijinks finds one and takes a little bit more space.
Oh,
Ooh,
immediately
what?
hits the decoy and is getting blinded. Those
What a
decoys
call.
are proven beautiful.
Oh, back and forth. Han grabs another 2. Hijinks from above to help him out. It is looking scary for the Shockers here. As Harrisburg puts down the plant and Hijinks with an iron grip onto this point, and look at that. That's such an off angle too. That's not usually, I mean, they were setting up for the jiggle peek. We're not expecting any action there and just get drilled down. That's tough. Yeah, this is the timeout.
Timeout, and I would say a probably well-spent one for Wichita State. You have to wonder, I really have to wonder, because I'm looking right now, Wichita State is defending first, so Harrisburg University. Okay, no, I can't say who had choice of stage. I'm just wondering if this was such an afterthought stage for maybe Wichita. Maybe they just they're used to playing on the 3-site stages. They've just been drilling down Lotus and Haven.
Yeah, hard to say. Hopefully they can make it out of here. But it's going to be very hard fought. Thiessen on the Shockers side. Looking to hold this timeout and maybe get a little bit of info out and help them here.
Now as the timer hits 0, let's get back to the action, see if that timeout was well spent by Wichita State. And off we go.
Who's next?
First Hawk thrown up. The Yoru's gonna put on his mask to Harrisburg. Get some more information, and a tag team with the showstopper is able to cause a bit of confusion with the decoy. Picks up the pick onto Sui. Quick teleport over. Back on over into A short. Trying to watch for any flanks, but right now all the attention is gonna be pushed through Heaven.
Yeah, diligently holding the flank and maybe even going around for a flank of his own, but there's not going to be anything there. Looking to make their way back together with the pack as Cam's slowly whittling folks down. Thiessen can't quite follow suit though and goes out to Elk. Elk holding the exact same position is still going to find another one. Unbelievable. How does he get away with it? Cam's making sure that doesn't happen again. Looking to try his third, looking to try a third hand at this.
Hi.
No, Elk just drills it again and again. I mean, the man's just playing aim labs there, just stands there and just playing whack-a-mole. Yeah, it's 3 in a row in the same position. That, by the way, is wall bangable. Mm-hmm. That is not a good look for the Shockers. I mean, a decent amount of practice on bind would let you know that wooden strip there in the middle has, as long as I've known, been wall bangable. So if a man is just standing there, it's worth a couple of shots.
Deciding whether he wants to flash or maybe decoy link. He's gonna get a dink onto Hijinks. Get him down to at least 100. Harrisburg, though, being very ginger, even though they have a big 5-0 lead, they don't want to get too carried away. They're waiting this out, seeing if Wichita State gives them any sort of peek, any sort of information. Speed of information, Wichita State does still have that mask available. Blast pack in, gonna be going all the way up toward U-Haul. There goes the other blast pack toward Baths. Not expecting it whatsoever. Quick flick back on over to turn it into a triple. We could possibly be in ace territory for Hijinks.
He sure could, but he's pretty far away now just watching this flank. I love how diligent they've stayed on the flank, but I don't think that Shockers are playing at the level that they'd have such a late round flank. They're just got two players right on the turf trying to hold together the A site here, but the plan is around the truck, so they'll have to make their way. Cams already saw a good shot on, looks for the, ooh, and the back and forth. Truman to cover it from the other angle. A little great teamwork there. It's going to find them one player, but they're still not out of ace territory as Hijinks finds one more.
Yes, chance. Will the team let him have it? He's moving. Oh, Elk takes it with the wall bang.
All right, well, it's a quick 4 of a kind to burn out .6. They've guaranteed a clean half and better than that. The Shockers cred situation, how is that looking? It looks like they were on a little bit of a save this last round. Sure enough, it looks like they're back in the game now.
But a lot of them are down to a few hundred credits left. So.
Yeah. This is their big force buy here. Ooh.
Nice lineup as always. Decoy thrown out. Not going to bait out any shots. Spike already planted on U-Haul. Going to throw down the Viper's Pit to get a little bit of extra insurance on that spike. But quickly, Orbital Strike also expended by Wichita State. It's dumping a lot into trying to retake this. Yoru is just getting right in the face of Jeffy, letting him know that he sees him.
Well, also, when there's a big smoke like that, you can just have your team drill down Yoru.
Yep,
just, he can just stand right in front of people.
Yeah, aim where I'm running.
Yeah, just he just becomes their aimbot, and it's impossible to make it out of there.
Fake teleport.
Oh, he does have it. He just got to get. Oh. He gets underneath it. What was that? An ace comes through on the Yoru. He keeps Harrisburg in a 7-0 undefeated lead.
They just gave this man an all-he-could-eat buffet the way they were feeding. Look at him just stand at this angle and hold down. I think he just left a small rock and a rubber band on his mouse. Walked away and came back to the ace. Look at this drill. 1, 2, 3. What a setup.
Oh, picture
collateral.
perfect. My goodness.
A brilliant ace to close off the .7 for Harrisburg. Now Cams, man, just can't even find a good time to use up a little utility and get out after the bounce.
Great blind. Perfect.
Yep. Oh man, it took some patience though after all of that util being dropped by the Viper right down the end of the hallway. Cam's gonna let that last little flash expire, and Khan has a chance to make it up the hill. They are gonna toss down that blind bird. Truman grabs the other Viper. Ooh, Khan a little bit close for comfort. Off the flash, just can't decide which one he wants to go for, and he goes down. Thiessen goes down, and then Khan goes down. Cams tries to fight against two, but it's not quite there. Elk
Fully smoked.
is going to get the frag and lead the charge onto the site. Harrisburg not exactly looking strong here, but not counted out. Yeah,
Well,
what a
there
back
is
and
the
forth
first
fight.
where I guess the miracle play can't happen 2 times in a row.
Yep.
Wichita State is able to wrestle their first round away from Harrisburg. But it took 8 rounds for them to do so.
Yeah, and consecutive loss creds start to build up to where You know, they're making decent money each round regardless, so they did have that to lean on, which they don't anymore. So they would love to take a few rounds in a
Time to
row
jump.
here if they can.
I'll handle this.
Star Yoru going in, getting a whole bunch of info with this mask, spotting everyone out, putting his pings down. Gets a blind and immediately working tag team with this raise. That was nicely played.
Yeah, very
Oh, and they hit the decoy as well.
He is just deep into the
Things
net
just
here.
going from bad to worse for the Shockers. This
Oh.
Yoru is on a tear, on the hunt, and he cannot be stopped.
Dives into the center and tears the situation from the inside out. Two of them just stuck in bath. We're absolutely got by that tag team play between the double duelists here. Oh man, Thiessen caught entirely off guard by another flash, and that's a 3K for Khan, leaving the Shockers with one player left to fight. Just can't find very much other than a single shot on to Jeffy. And it's another 4 of a
This
kind coming
Yoru's
off the
already
Yoru
halfway
play, yeah.
toward another mask. Okay, I have to see. Oh man, we're seeing a replay, so I can't see the score, but I want to see. Squint my eyes and try to see the KDA of this Yoru.
It's double digits. Both Yorus are top of the board. It's a more even spread for the Shockers, obviously, but goodness, is that a 16? A 14 maybe?
No, I think it was a 16,
It is a
3,
16.
and 4. My goodness.
Cutting through.
Yeah, the two duelists, though, I mean, don't discount this raise. Also has a 13-5. I mean, they've both been complete. Oh, it took
Shotgun
some
to the
creative
jaw.
positioning to, but I like the revenge for the fellow duelist. I like that.
Molly.
Skeeps throws out a molly. It's well aimed
Wow.
right onto the spike, but the spike is still going to be planted. It's just going to tough it up, take one for the team.
The spray on that run and gun from Skeebs. No way to make it through there. He's lucky he found one, but he does go down cams. Trying to back him up to get a good one.
Woo!
Speaking of backups, HyJinx finds another 3 of a kind.
I mean, you think you've taken out you've taken out the main threat of that Yoru, but then the Ray steps up with the showstopper.
Yeah. Will say though, the ante for that last mask is upped just a little bit, and the Valhalla prize for falling on the battlefield is 1 more ult point. If he can collect an orb and find a frag, he'll have the chance to go on another sprint and try to find.
Now they're both competing for top
20,
frag
yeah.
position. They're both at 16. Who's going to be the king? Of course, more importantly, actually win the match. But then personal pride aside, see who's.
Yeah.
Oh, and the Rays is already making moves on that. Gets the first pick onto Truman, or at least trades it back, so both teams are at 4. HyJinx moved all the way up to U-Haul. Needs to flush out lamps where Skeebs is waiting.
Yeah, it's gonna be a
Oh, but
serious
takes
flush.
the teleporter.
Ooh.
Another pick by Jeffy. Now Lance is completely open. After that detour, the Rays is back pretty fast, regrouping with the team on A. Up from heaven, Cams gets 1 pick. Plant goes down.
HyJinx playing a little bit of ring around the rosy. Sue, he gets very close, a little too close. The comfort goes down with cams, leaving only a few left. Khan caught in the corner, falls, and HyJinx
Grenade!
avenges them to close off point 10,
Last
already
round
striking the
in the
double
half.
digits. Whew. And WSU, their score can still be expressed in 1 digit of binary.
How insane would it be for this to be 11 and 10? I mean, I was saying I wasn't expecting, the first 2 rounds to go to overtime and end on the exact same score, Nude. I was thinking we were in for the long haul. I thought we were going to go all the way to another overtime.
Well, it's still possible.
I mean, I don't think the score differential is that huge, but we'll see what happens. I mean, this Yoru got a whole bunch of information off of this mask, and immediately the eliminations start to pile up again for Harrisburg. Shocker's going to try to hold this angle, gets a head tap onto the opposing Yoru.
All the Guardian
But
play, you
then
wanna see
immediately
TP.
the
Just
mollies
not
just
quite
go
enough.
right in, the grenades, and they mow his health down.
Oh, what? Sui. One and another.
One
And a
enemy
third
remaining.
before disappearing? Did they find that? I can't quite tell. And they just start dumping the ults just for fun as we close
Switching
off
sides.
that half. 11
If
and
they had
1.
if they had brought back a 4v1 with the judge, I mean, as if this match wasn't crazy enough.
That Guardian almost had a real buffet in front of them too. Unfortunately, they couldn't quite. There's just no safe place to teleport between Brim's Molly, between the Raze nades, and also the Viper.
That's the one thing I was thinking. You know, you were talking about how the paint shells got nerfed, but you know what? When it's a paint shells on top of a molly,
It's just the floor is lava between those three players. There's no
floor is lava, the air is
Yep.
lava.
Everything's lava, and you're at low health. Yep, all the back and forths just simplify all the way down,
Time to jump.
and it boils out to 11 and 1. Can the Shockers have their great charge here? I think this is kind of decided, because either you grab the next 2 points, you fight your way through the bonus, and you lead the charge in the same way that Harrisburg did, or you fall here, you lose 2 in a row, and there's just no way out of this pit. So this will be, I mean, just a lot is hanging on this one round, and as 2 go down on either side, Palm's just breaking all over Hijinks, so Reyno to find ones. 2 and 2 left, a quick plant, a little heal, Skeebs lying in wait, but he's got a 50-50, he's looking in as well, and Frenzies go flying. They find him, no damage done, still holding 99 points of health. Cams is going to be their next and final fight to make. Harrisburg, can they hold it together and bring themselves into the finish? A good flash, given all the info they need. They don't need to look far, he's got to be nearby. They have time on their side.
Throws out the blind, trying to take 2-on-1. Not gonna happen. Easy defuse, and Harrisburg now goes up to match point. And the ticket to the round of 8 is now dangling right in front of them.
That it is.
Match point.
Shockers with only one way out.
Be perfect from here on out.
Yeah.
They're realizing, yeah, they're purchasing up now. They don't have a bonus to save up to.
They did just go 1 and 1 with a team that played perfect until this point. Again, it's not over till it's over, but boy, is it difficult from here on out. A little bit of a big stack coming in from the attacking Shockers. Oh, not the teleport you want to take right into Hijinks' loving arms. Elk holding strong. Their next area with the shotgun finds one out of that judge. Hijinks gets a little taste of their own medicine.
One enemy remaining.
A back and forth drill from Thiessen and Han.
Now it's just one race left, and Sui bites the dust, and for what was such a close game for the vast majority turns into what can't be described as anything else than a huge collapse on Bind and a huge landslide in the third game toward Harrisburg. So Storm will be moving on to the quarterfinals in style. Whoa!
Yeah.
And that's only the first game of tonight.
It truly was. In some respects, we're halfway there, but we won't have the Storm capsizing boat after boat anymore. They've got a good break until their bracket of 8, and a good luck to them.
Speaking of break, I think that's probably the best thing for us right now, and
I
all
think
for
so.
you. Get a drink of water, replenish your snacks, and then join us back for our next match, which is going to be Rochester versus Boise State. Before we get to it, we also want to remind you that if you're ready to take your next step, Army ROTC Officers offers leadership training to prepare future officials in many fields, including cyber, engineering, and many more. And of course, thank you for Duncan. NACE Star League and America runs on Duncan. And also, I think once we go into break, we'll leave them with the top 5 plays. And those are brought to you by Mavix Gaming Chairs. Mavix, feel the difference, enjoy the top 5 plays, and then join us back here for the second game of the night. The first big upset of this bracket. Will we go on toward Bind to decide it all? Or will Harrisburg?
Last player standing.
Jeffy gets the pick. There's only Thiessen left. Gonna run right in past
Oh.
the wall.
A little bit too close for comfort, but he finds his way out of that situation. It just keeps getting steeper for Wichita State, but they will continue to climb a little bit more suppressive fire on Seaside. They're calling it though. They're calling the bluff and they come running in. A beautiful 180. Puts away the screen. He's staying alive. He finds 3 hijinks. So strong, throws the paint shells after.
Oh, someone
Wow, and
stop!
oh, playing around on this door, they might actually go meet the defenders in their own homeland instead of staying C. A little bit of a change up for what I expected. Thiessen looking to make their way around here are going to get caught off guard, and look at that play. Liv grabs a free. No info, a third.
Information, Wichita State does still have that mask available. Blast pack in, gonna be going all the way up toward U-Haul. There goes the other blast pack toward Baths. Not expecting it whatsoever. Quick flick back on over to turn it into a triple.
Like that. You can just have your team
Poison orb
drill down Yoru.
Yep,
He
just
can just stand right in front of people.
aim where I'm running.
Yeah, just he just becomes their aimbot, and it's impossible to make it out of there.
Fake teleport.
Oh, he does have it. He just gotta get. He gets underneath it. What was that? An
Vision is clouded. It feels like we've been aging faster. I feel so secluded. I really wish that things got better. It's been hard to keep my composure, and I really wanted to be over. In a sense, in summer rays, we come back swinging. When it all comes crashing down on us, stand your ground. Faith is something that is really hard to find. So take it on yourself and keep your head up straight. Brighter days will come, so you better be prepared.
Welcome back to the NACE Star League studio. We just saw an incredible match of Harrisburg versus Wichita State. The Storm pulled out the victory in round 3, but oh my goodness, up until then, it was probably one of the closest matches we've seen thus far in this season on NACE Star League. Turns out that match went on so long that, tournament schedules have to be adhered to, so Boise State and Rochester have already started their match, and I'm told Greg here has an update on how the first round went in that match.
Yeah, it looks like Boise State University's Broncos did not take the first one, so they're going to be moving in with a 13-3 on their record into the second map. The first one was Lotus, and I would love to see what the map rollout is looking like for the rest of their games here, but they've either need to grab this next point and make it even, or they will go down and the other team will find their way into the bracket of 8. And that last game was such a situation of it's not over till it's over. I mean, they were fighting tooth and nail for the last game, and they found their way to it. We have got the rosters for Rochester and Boise State. From the Rochester side, Hernando, Blank, Rest, Grimafi, and Yum.
And for Boise State, we've got Rariana, Damio, Prestige, Skelesis, and Master. Now, remember the bracket that we referenced at the beginning. That bracket stated the seedings for each team, and Rochester was currently at 5, if I remember correctly, whereas Boise State was seeded 12. So even more of an underdog than the Shockers were for their match. And you can see that is quite a severe scoreline. Still the same maps, though. So at least, Boise State, though, what's different than the last game, it's same maps, but unlike the last game where there was handing off in terms of who's attacking first, Boise State is attacking first every single game here. So.
That is true, which hopefully means that they have the chance to do a little bit better this round. We know that they fought a little bit more cleanly and, garnered a little bit more points on their attacking half in the first game. That Lotus match found them at a 9-3 at the middle, very similar to the 8-4 that we saw for our first 2 games. However, the tilt then from the attacking side in the second half, absolutely overscoring, was a little bit more serious in this scenario as well.
That has been Boise State's biggest Achilles heel. And I don't even want to say tilting because, we can't get into, from our studio, we can't get into the players' heads. But I will say it's been consistency. As Boise State has, their biggest problem is a lot of times they can open a round up good, get a 4-2, maybe a 5-3 going, but then just locking down those rounds and staying consistent throughout has been something that they've been struggling with last year and this year as well. So they've gotten into playoffs, but they are going to have to buckle down and really kind of face what has been their biggest demon. They're just going to have to stare it straight on and say, we're going to pull off a reverse sweep and take off the shackles that have binded us for all these years in terms of just ending a game and ending it with a win.
Yeah. And the same thing that we said last round and about the last 2 contenders goes the same for Rochester this round, where they're starting off on their down half and they just need to collect enough points to make their up half nice and strong, whereas Boise State will have to do some devastating things on the attacking side as they move in first. And we've already got a beautiful look onto what kind of players we're going to be playing with. Rest flipping around between a couple different options here.
Hernando has decided to bring out the Astra instead, which is an interesting pick. Both these teams still kind of going toward, well, at least Rochester is going for the double initiator comp. Boise State, meanwhile, has gone for a double controller comp. A lot of sight denial to be had between Damio and Rariana.
Not quite a mirror matchup here in the slightest, though. We do have a nice Omen coming out to set apart a little bit of difference across the way. We have the Brim and Sovo working together on a double initiator.
Select
very,
your
very
agent.
interesting. Hernando is going to be mirrored by the Damio and Rariana on the Viper and Omen. There's so much to analyze here. These comps are totally different. There's no matchup save for Skelesis and Blank moving in on the Sky to lead their teams on in. Boise State, Broncos against the Warriors from Rochester in NACE Star League, back on Haven.
Down to Haven we go in what could be the start of a great comeback for the Broncos. or the absolute end of their season. All set to be decided right here, right now. NACE Star League round of 18 in the Valorant playoffs. It has all led up to this all season.
Now, Boise State and Rochester both have 6 wins from their divisional play, so...
Yep, and they're very even in terms of skill ranking as well, so...
So you can't let the 5 and the 12 decide everything. There are 6 teams between them, but all 7 of those, all 8 of the teams, sorry, could be right on top of each other and separated only in history. I mean, Wichita State and Harrisburg's game, their roster history was only off by 1 game lost. And they had a very, very back and forth match there. So it's not over till it's over. Boise State has a chance, but first, they're gonna need a couple of points. 13 to be exact. Their first test at it. Sending everybody in an A long-short split. Defense looking very typical. We'll start to see the weight shift as a couple of,
Nice start by Master, putting the Broncos up to an early advantage. Spike is going to go down pretty fast. Guts is hanging out. In fact, we got 2 Broncos positioned in hell. The woman's going to reposition himself. Potential flank also coming out through lobby. You got to keep watching that. For Rochester's going to run right into Rariana. It takes him out. Things are starting off good for the Broncos. 4-1 win.
Yeah, 4 players surviving on that first one. Sounds good for the credit scenario, and there wasn't too much dump on the utility there for it either. So the Broncos are looking okay to take this second round, as they are slated to. What a knife combo. It is so Sky. Unfortunately, Jet's wielding it, but...
It is very appropriate with the current season, I will say. It's very seasonal.
Yeah, yep. Very seasonality. And it's a fly down C. A spike in pocket. I mean, this feels like the way that we usually see the game played. It makes our last game feel so scramble-ish when you see spike in pocket, split holds on BC, feel things out, and then reconnect. A very, very even distribution of the defense. When they take space, they tend to hold it. Maybe a slight flank coming out.
Oh, Prestige right at the very end of the dog. Should have gotten a peek.
Oh, beautiful flank watch.
Breach. Nice by Damio. Was able to lock down that flank. Another one falls for Rochester. Ooh. Warriors do manage to take a few against the Broncos. Damio and Master taken out. Boise State still has a 1-person advantage. They're going to rethink their plan to B. Reevaluate their strategy and move over to A instead for plan.
Yeah. Looks like a good ping from someone in the peanut gallery told them to go ahead and plant there. The 3 of them have made their way back over, and with a... Oh, that's a good defensive smoke on that. That kind of deters them from playing down low. They're going to send one up into heaven and wait out this smoke to fall. And once it does... Oh, look at them just packed, just stacked in on hell.
Yeah,
Rariana to find one well. Skelesis and company holding down hell while one makes the wrap around. Could find him on a flank. There it is. Rariana doesn't even give them the chance, and Grim goes down.
Good start by the Broncos. Remember the scoreline for last game, 13-3. So Boise State, you think overall, once they get past 3 wins, they'll be beating the pace that they set last time.
Oh man, look at that, just embarrassing pull. You're looking to get the surprise on the other team, but when you surprise eye contact and your knife is out, it's not the tastiest. Ooh, 1 player moves to the last second from spawn. Hopefully they got a chance to buy there. Spike making its way to the grass as C has been so heavily laden with utility. Just look at that. Absolutely dumped there. Otherwise, a nice distribution on the defense. A couple people holding in box. Not a deep 50-50, though. There is a good chance for some people to find a little one-on-one action here as Yum walks down one sight line. tosses out a little bit of deterrence, and maybe it works. No longer a B hit. They're going to have to make a rotate over to accept an A push. Blank finds one and a second. Skelesis to pull him down, but rest to fight back. Yum. What a drill. Hernando just throwing in some fire to just clog up the channels. No one can hear as Hernando just absolutely drills the situation. He doesn't actually find anybody, but disruptive fire is always exciting coming from the Odin.
Well, and you're going to get some chip damage here and there to help set it up.
A little pepper on the food there.
Going into the fourth round, though, things seem pretty even, although Boise State has a few small shields. Rochester has as well, though, so...
Deep breath.
Starting things out with a dart from Grim, trying to get into the Broncos. Interesting lineup right up into the doorframe. Does get one ping.
Yeah, it works, it works. That is a good ping. Kind of flushes them out of the A situation, lets an easy rotation be made towards the C and B area. And look at this. Just kind of smelling the roses out here, flirting with the grass, Prestige.
Don't get too lackadaisical by that Rose's scent, however. It's right up. You've got that breeze position against the doors of Garage. Now, all the KJ util has been taken off the doorway for B, but it is smoked off. We'll see. We'll probably want to wait that one out. Prestige will go on a little fact-finding mission. Immediately has the dog, but that should give information. Skelesis, though, goes charging forward. Master almost taken out, but Prestige and Rariana could bring this one back. There are 2 Broncos left.
Yeah, it's those strong 2-for-1s by Blank. And KDA stays positive. Damien looking to take a little rehit on the situation here in mid. Reconsider those roses they passed up earlier as they walk across the quad and into their first building, getting ready to school the other team here. Rochester's nowhere to be
this
found.
flank. Look out for that.
Oh, goodness, no watch. Oh, the spike almost falls.
That's good.
Damien
Down to 2 apiece.
on the way back around to help. And what?
Oh, that Sova had that angle locked down. Oh, that was absolutely devastating. One person coming up through courtyard, kind of making the Broncos not really sure, you know, who do we attack here? And I almost think was he backing up into that angle as well? Yeah, he certainly didn't expect the Sova to be there. That was a transition of like, we're gonna rotate over. I think the call went, let's rotate over to A and plant there, and that Sova was just...
Yeah, especially when you have people on your tail, you don't always assume that there's one. You may be thinking that they were safe behind, but man, that's a bad surprise 2-piece. It's down to 2-2 now.
Boise State is gonna leave the spike in the pocket to start things out. Not going to full commit on any one stage. Blank with the knives out for Rochester.
They do have a relatively deep hold on an empty site, though. Any good information about the silence of the situation coming from Viper may let them know that they should probably just get on in there and plant. They're already smoked off the appropriate avenues and have made their way in to hell and behind the truck. A little bit more smoke to aid in the setting. Oh, look. Rariana was actually holding the angle on a very, very popular Sova dart, and he's going to keep doing it.
That's some next level play, not holding the angle against the character, but against their abilities.
Wow.
Blank, I appreciate the thought. That was so well, but... Oh man, he positioned himself right between them. Meanwhile, Prestige has a quad. I should be giving props to Prestige. He could be pulling out an ace, but he's down to 51. Bait on the defuse, gonna send out the Seeker, a solo ult. Gets the blind, trying to find it. Got the reload, he's gonna go down.
Oh, so close, he picks up a gun for it.
So tragic, and he got baited into it as well. He wanted the ace, he spent an whole ult on it.
Solo ult for the ace, man. That's just tough. And you're right, he deserved more hype on the first 4 kills as well as he looked for that 5-of-a-kind.
I was too distracted by Blake.
Distracted by Blake deciding to have a little like coffee and tea session, just chat the game out. Oh, but man, look at this, just the ult at close quarters.
Now here's the one thing you can say. You know, I immediately, I was kind of driven into the whole way of, oh, he wants to pick up the ace here. But when you really think of it also, that Seekers can be seen as buying him more time because that spike was ticking down and Boise State did get the ultimate
That's
win
true.
off of that.
That's
so
true. They didn't exactly
spend
need
an
it.
ult to win a round, not the worst trade.
Not at all. Yeah, the ability of being on the attacking side is when once the spike's down and you're playing on your own clock. Wow, Skelesis just absolutely hunting down Blank there as he tries to scurry back into the sight denial, but the smoke's not going to be enough to save him. Yum. Watching from above as Prestige gets a quick plant. Skelesis looking for another one. As Rest is holding an op. Ooh, moving on to A low with the op is going to be a dangerous call. They might want to get upstairs if they can. They take a shot, fly right out of there. Skelesis comfortable holding a little bit closer angle. Jumps on them, finds two. And in between them finding two, Yum gets one, but it's not quite enough. Skelesis to find their 4K. And there you are.
Sorry, I choked a little bit that in the last round, so I'm just regaining my breath here.
Looking much more favorable for the Broncos here as they find .4 against the 2. Man, these have been explosive rounds, nice and steady to start, and then once it comes back to the retake, we see the trades happen so fast. Skelesis popping out those knives, those newly acquired knives after a near ace went through on the last round. To play through a star here. A menacing first shot with the knives, almost worse here. Ooh, then an off shot, but look, nice and close.
Oh, whoa!
Can they make it through the cloudburst? Fell out on the other side. Master finds that KJ, which was lying in wait. Hernando to reply in the Prestige to close that deal. Skelesis has now circumnavigated the site and is coming back for the plant. Unreal. They decided to use an ult to spearhead the site with the plant and just back him up as he kind of drew their crosshairs all around the map. Yum looking to make their way in. The flash and the smoke are almost not enough. Rariana closing in on this kill, getting close with the reload. Has to switch to the sidearm and is saved. Not quite. Skelesis does find it. He gets the 3 of a kind, but unfortunately it does go down fighting Yum, so it's just Skelesis that makes it in the next round. You get the round, but man, credits are barely scraping by every time. These 1-for-1s, or these 1v1s to finish out the rounds, make for less secure snowballing effects.
Boise State is already far outpacing their performance on Lotus, however.
That's true, in points alone as well as in the fraction of points against the other team.
You can't say that it's a difference in terms of attacking either, because Boise State, once again, is attacking all 3 of these stages.
And can't be any kind of momentum either if they lost the first one. This is simply a turnaround.
Taking that back.
That's the one thing I'll be nervous about is the one turnaround that they haven't had luck with was the one on Lotus in the halftime. They 9-3, and that's a position where you can bring it back, but they weren't able to win a single round afterwards, not even taking the bonus.
That's true, and it was at a quick pace as well. So they have got to be careful here on the defense. However, we happen to know from the Broncos' history that this is their map of choice. So they are tried and rehearsed here. That does spell a scary thought for Game 3 if they do find this one, though. Because if it's all about map comfortability, well, how comfortable are you with the last map?
Yeah, but I think they might be a little more comfortable on buying than Lotus. We'll just have to see. But right now, Viper's Pit dropped on B. Skelesis gets the first blood, and oh, don't shit. Oh, I thought for sure Skelesis would have that! Oh, no! Oh, that's tragic.
Yeah.
I mean, great job for Rochester. That's huge for them.
Yeah, a narrow escape, though. That was right over the shoulder. Man's ears were nearly pierced, and Grim, from a very skinny angle, is going to find one in the grass, bringing it up to .3 against 5 for Rochester University.
Placing sentry.
Moving on into the next round, it is a big stack on B. Not often that we've seen this so far. Boise State tends not to move this quickly or this straight of a line. They are storming the castle. They've already made it into B box, and they're considering a couple of angles here. Young doing well to shut down, though. Finds 3 of a kind, and Grim to bring it to a full house. What a flash finish. That's why Boise State usually walks a little bit slower.
Yeah, I have to wonder if any of them were checking that angle there.
They went just pouring in.
I'm gonna have to look really close at the overhead here to see like what direction they're pointing. Clearly, Boise State wanting to change things up with a plan. Grim comes in from the side. He's behind the wall, so they're not expecting him to just charge through the Viper wall.
Man, Skill Assist does find one, but not strong enough to win the hand. Blank. Blank went through the couch cushions for that one. Less than 300 creds in the wallet as they're holding onto this op. Whereas the rest of the team is holding more than a 2K. Rest at a beautiful angle to find a nice roll here, but changes targets. And goes down to Prestige now. Prestige. Clevers, they have a good roll onto the site though. A quick click of the button C on the keyboard is pushing them all back down into short behind a little bit of vision block. Grim tries to show that owl out of the way. This is the time for Ryan to pop. Doesn't quite make the timing. You're gonna have to go close angles with the man. Little ring around the rosy. Off. Oh, with the hunt from Hernando. Finds Ariana. Blank.
Oh, the
hop
hop from Blank. So impressive.
A clean shot and then one through the corner. And that's a close off to 5v5 from Rochester University. Are they going to turn it around? If they do, yeah, I was going to say, if they find at this point, it's definitely a timeout. But I can
if they go into, yeah, it has to be a timeout. The brakes have to be pumped right here. And what I'm mainly thinking is, if Rochester enters in to the half, I'm going to make what seems like a bull call, but if Rochester gets into the first half with a lead, like it's 7-5, I think the game's over.
Really?
I do.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, because the truth is they have an easier chance in the second half. Just the way that we've seen both of these teams be so attack-sided. In fact, all 4 of them tonight. So Boise State
It's not even that. It's Boise State is a team that loves to play with a lead. They have a really tough time recovering if they're behind a little bit, especially, you know, not only do they have to bring this back, but then they got to bring Bind back as well. You know, I think the timeout here is very well called for their coach to reset everything.
It's all about momentum.
But yeah, I think if it's 7-5, Boise State need to. I think they play their best when they're ahead and steaming along. So I think 7-5 is what they have to pull off.
All right. Well, the ingredients are mise en place. Now they just have to cook and eat.
I appreciate the culinary reference.
We'll see how many we have left. Unfortunately, C is... the table is set for rest, though.
Oh
takes
my
a big bite
goodness,
with a 4K
this
out of nowhere.
KJ! What have you eaten? My goodness! That is devastating against the Broncos. Comes around, gets the ace as well, right after the timeout. You've got to believe that was calculated by Rochester. Right when the Broncos needed it, Rochester just slams the door right in their face.
Oh yeah, throws the pie right back into their face. Oh, just insulting too, and they backpedal here. The rest of your team is waiting for something interesting to happen, and you go in with flying colors.
And the crosshair placement wasn't there as well. That was lined up with the shoulder.
Yep.
I think the Broncos were really spooked after that. That is
feeling a little bit fuzzy there.
That is, oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's
an ouch.
A bitter pill to swallow for Boise State now that they're down 1 point. The tables have turned a bit. Roriana looking to make their way in. Hernando is holding well. The defenses, though. Master going in for the plant, and they are already setting the situation, make it a little bit more difficult. This is a very, very default setup, though. They have to fall back on what they know and what they understand. Defender Killjoy.
Killjoy to answer Killjoy, and a Hunter's Fury immediately stop it.
Ooh, the Venn diagram of death to then be trump carded, but oh no, this could be a tough one.
It didn't. They didn't. Oh, okay. They did destroy the lockdown. I was wondering. Trade back and forth between Daimyo and Blank. Oh, they're just gonna walk right through the astral wall. That's a bit, you know. I think
Yes, who finds it, though?
Rochester might have been feeling a little bit of swagger in their steps after that last round, but you
Switching
know,
sides.
sometimes there are things that are just not advised in any situation. Walking through an astral wall is one of them.
Especially when you're on the defense, because you're really waiting for the attack to come in, especially considering that attack is under extra pressure. Tell me if I'm wrong, because you can't hear defuse pings through the astral wall.
It blocks sound.
It blocks most sound. Like, it's very deafening. So I think that Boise State was kind of gambling on that they hadn't reached the half yet, or that they were still flirting with the idea of walking through the wall, because Boise State really stood strong there and didn't go through until near the end.
Well, it's Rochester that has the wall, so they placed it down themselves.
Yes, exactly.
And then continued to just walk through
Yeah,
it, which is what's lying. I just had to restate it because it's so mind-blowing.
Very, very, very strange, and it could have cost them that round, bringing it up to a 6-6 and even half. Let's see if anyone can take an advantage here as we're looking at the gun round now. Frenzy's around feeling fiery. Is this a flank watch from B, or is that a player that didn't quite make it?
Few jump peaks come out from the Broncos. Daimyo heading way back.
Looks like if it was a ping issue, Prestige is back on the map and is in a beautiful position for a crazy follow-up. He does find one. Rariana and Skelis to find one as well. Blank and Yum, though, each get their one, and the attackers take it, giving Rochester basically the next 2 points. Well,
Yeah,
this point
if
and the
you're
next one.
single filing in this thing, you gotta.
Here.
He's going all in on the expectation that he's going to be in sight, but he isn't expecting the corner at all, which you just gotta consider all angles of this situation. If the smoke wasn't there and you had the other player checking the angle, then yeah, maybe. But if you're in a situation you got to single file all at once, you know, you got to position that crosshair in a place where you can respond in a split second and immediately get that head tap. Being at a right angle isn't going to do that.
Ooh, a big Cloudburst dash combo for Blank to get deep into the field. Finds one, looking to bonus it up by moving across the wall and getting behind everybody. But Yum clears it out before he even gets the chance. Rest at his side to find it as well. We've got a near... Oh, what? Daimyo having a casual conversation with Yum before Blank finally comes in and disrupts the situation. A near flawless play by Rochester there, and we did anticipate that after that first point had gone up. Now it's to see if Boise State can take the bonus round and play strong into the full guns. Yeah, it'll be tough for him. Like you said, you don't want him to play hot-headed at all.
They have to win this round. There isn't a question about this. It has to be a victory for the Broncos.
Shadows traveling.
Rochester's going to start in with a huge dash into B. Ronnie's going to be going out from the Omen onto B, but they are pretty committed to this center push. Plant is going to go down. Dog thrown out from the side. Spike is down. They can move back out, move into post plant.
Ooh. Broncos were threatening a flank push, but it never came out. Now, C and Box, who's going to find it? Master does get it. Skelesis finds one as well in his little flank of sorts. Daimyo and Prestige to find their one. Grim, though, got one before going down, and I believe so did Yum, so Rest. It's only got 3 players to play against here. Skelesis hunting him down, though, in the smoke, which is soon to fall. Sure enough, stranded on the wrong side of the smoke. Low on options, stuck behind a wall, bangable wall. Oh, goes down very fast, faster than sound. Daimyo holding that angle is going to grab him.
All right, the Broncos are still in this game, but they trail by 1. Rochester's going to get into a round with a full buy, so Broncos definitely going to be tested in the next round, and no one's sitting on any ultimates yet, so it's just going to come down to those clean gunfights. Who's holding down those angles better? Who has the better crosshair placement? Who can land that head tap? That's who's going to decide this match, because everyone has... Well, excuse me, Master. If you want to just judge it up, then okay.
Yeah.
We'll see how well it works.
Nice and quiet beginnings.
Slow advancement in towards garage. They don't have to deal with anyone up in window. Damio's placed himself right before B in courtyard.
Ooh, and that could be an angle they don't check very often. Rochester was taunting that walk. So it looks like they're more seriously considering following Blank into the doors. No, the turnaround is here. He just might find it. Will he get greedy?
The question is, how well can he perform in this? Don't check the angle. He just immediately gets his one. It's a 1-for-1 trade, however.
Not bad. Yeah, you don't want to play too greedy. He takes exactly what he needs. Prestige to find 3 in another neck of the woods. Creating a beautiful opportunity for people to run right up, grab the spike. But they're just not in the place. He's too far around. There's no way he can make that rotation in only 30 seconds. He's going to have to move into B-box, take care of Prestige, and there's just not the option. Prestige finds a 4-of-a-kind on only 30 health, but now the ult's available, fresh then. The cabbages are ready.
Different.
Tied at 8 apiece as we enter into round 17. Boise State hanging on by a thread. If they win this, they'll have to go into bind and try to pull out a miracle win. They entered into this one seated way below Rochester. Blank's going to be forced onto a Marshall, can't buy enough. Speaking of budget picks, a Bucky has been brought out for rest.
Yeah, those are some exciting budget picks that you definitely want to see go off in the garage here, though. Skelesis. Oh, they're already taunting him. He wants to go in, he wants to take it. You never want to see a Bucky get wasted by going down C long with the teammates when you could just sneak through garage and take some big blast plays. But Skelesis, it's exactly what they're waiting for in Prestige. Holding that angle. It is not jiggleable, not with that gun, not from that distance. Scares them off, and they've got to go B-box. The pings have been made. Ooh, a quick little ult across C. A strange call, but they're going to make the rotation around, and as the wall comes up from Astra, there's only a few options left. Are they going to run through their own Astra wall again?
Spike planted.
No, no.
Yes, they
It's
are.
a fool me once kind of thing. One of them does, but it's under the cover of the Astra smoke as well.
Yeah, but then they threw out the cabbages, and Prestige pushed him back behind the smoke. They're doing well so far. As that wall goes down, Prestige sends the dog out. No!
Off your feet!
Rolling Thunder, huge opening by the Broncos. There's just 2 left. The Rolling Thunder, not enough to stop them. Now there's just 1 warrior left, caught out in garage. It's not going to be enough. Boise State claims a very crucial round.
Oh, and the op is coming out from Skelesis. They've bankrolled enough credits after those consecutive wins to start.
Interesting also, looking at the KDA, all the Broncos, all of them have double-digit KDAs. There's only 3 kills separating the top and bottom fraggers, so they're all pretty darn consistent. There isn't anyone really falling behind. They're all chipping in.
Yeah, which, I mean, you can have teams which each person contributes very differently to the scenario. However, that means that the threats are all different. The problem here is that you can't say, oh, if we avoid their top frag, then they're, we just have to worry about like synergized materials. No, quite simply, if you bump into any of the Broncos, you're in a scary situation. They all can hold their own in one-on-ones if they stay steady here, which now that they're in at the 9-8, they may be feeling a little bit cooler. Master, oh, holding that angle, times it brilliantly, but it's not quite there. Blank gets in for a quick taste and then leaves. Oh, Skelesis, that op in the dirtiest angle. Opping down the shortest hallway on the map. Just disrespectfully finds an easy shot onto a quick dissolve. Down to a 4-5 situation.
Oh, that's he has to get out of that dog really fast.
Yeah, Rest did not find it there.
Picks up the extra shiny Vandal.
And indeed. Look at it. Just
You should run.
that Vandal
That is
is
glowing
raging.
with Radiantite.
Yeah.
This lockdown's going to keep Boise State at bay, give them less time to work with. And the fact that Skelesis is holding an op on defense, you know, I think they got to play it cautiously and just
Yeah.
let this one be tied up.
The defensive op kind of has to be the toss. They're watching their flank. It looks like it's a nice... He could be holding a little bit more aggressively, looking for some outros, but in all honesty, they're not going to outro that direction. Sure enough. They're not looking for a fight themselves either, so... They make sure the audio circle doesn't line up with the spike, and they call it. Bringing it up to 9-9. The back and forth on this one. It's been a tight map, this map. Skelesis is now holding op and knives on the defense. That's overkill. Hopefully he can get some overkills, as it looks like people are going to be streamlining the A site. And he's decided to take the op and the knives to A short. Could be a little bit of an off angle. Oh, but look at that.
Oh, he turns away, has to tailwind out of there,
No,
but gets
man.
the Prestige, bails him out.
Indeed he does. They left the spike in pocket. Consider their options. Now they've only got 4 players. They've split them up into 2 and 2, checking out the B area and A. Prestige sends the Trailblazer back around for some info. All they learned is that players are still there, so they've got to keep the defense distributed. Oh,
Not ready
what a
yet.
shadow step from Daimyo. I don't think he was standing there very long. I think he just jumped up and found that.
Blinded.
That's another free frag, though. It's 3-5 now, and they're in the territory for a perfect flawless. No damage. Just surprise takes. Attack has got to move slow here. Rariana, another one. The silent killers, just one at a time. No trades have even come out. There's a chance for some actual firefight. Rariana plays into Graham with a little bit of backup. It looks like they were both shooting through the wall, though, there. And after a little bit of healing from the sky, everyone's back to full health. Oh, Camio's going to be the first one to go down, but it's a quick trade from Rariana to find him, a 3 of a kind. A near flawless, but it's all right. They get the defuse as well for some extra credits.
Hand it over to Master so they can get that lockdown online.
That'll be nice to have as they cross the border of double digits. They would love to find point 11, 12 before double digits come out from Rochester. Boise State on the cusp of pushing themselves into a game 3, and hopefully a map as comfortable as this one so that they can keep themselves in the bracket. Of course, Rochester would love to see that round of 8 bracket as well. And make it to the next stage towards the finals.
Oh, the Hawk doesn't pick up anybody. That's a nicely placed smoke to stop it. Prestige will get a blind on that second, however. Force the Hawk on cooldown. Oh, finds one from heaven right through the smoke. Great start for the Broncos.
It's a good technical understanding by Prestige to line that one up well, blindly. Offense and defense is split, as they've pedaled a few people off site. While defense is looking for a chance to use their brand new Killjoy and get people out of there. Yum tries to call the bluff and move in early, but Master, aided by the Trailblazer, plays much more conservatively. Skelesis, with a great hold, is only the backup for Prestige and Daimyo, who are free to just fire through the smoke. Look at this hunt. Just getting greedy to take some extra shots while the defuse is going through. And in the last 3.5 seconds, defenders find point 11.
Just let them
It's looking better for BSU.
Not out of the realm of possibility for Rochester. We're not out of the woods yet. I was getting a bit nervous here because all credit to Rochester doing a great job of just stalling out. Was able to just fire through the smoke to take out the spike diffuser. So I was just, it was at the back of my mind that if Boise State, you know, doesn't get in their face and press their numbers advantage, then there could be a scenario in which Rochester might be able to stall it out.
Hawk out.
Nowhere to run!
That Hunter's Fury is going to come out. Not hit very much, though. Breezes on by, and Hernando's getting the plant in pretty early. Prestige doing a little bit of healing work as the 3 reunite with the 2. Ooh, that wall's going to come up just in time
Watch
to
this.
deny any information coming out from that absolute workhorse of a Trailblazer, which has just done so much for the team. Oh, a couple of knife shots are not going to find very much. A last shot by Skeletris rewards nothing. The op is available, but it's only going to help.
Player standing.
Oh, if the rest of your team is there and Grim and Rest are doing their work, Daimyo does well to find 2 and actually puts down a laser. There's no way to defuse.
Yeah, he
Caught
was
in too many angles. Hernando, after getting the plant and pedaling right off the site, is going to defend that spike and find the final kill on the team captain of Boise State.
Should I play some stars in this reality?
Damio very twitchy at the end there too. I mean, you know, he's checking every single angle, and it's a tough situation. You got 2 dealing. He's looking at every single place he possibly can. Gets a sight on person hanging out in A-lawn, but then immediately looks back toward the hallway. Tough scenario to deal with. Viper's Pit dropped down by Boise State to make Sewers.
But it's not deterring them very much. Look at that Rolling Thunder through.
Wow.
Yeah, what a bold call. I mean, they're going to have to play blind and deaf in the middle of that smoke. But that was it. They just dropped the Rolling Thunder and then pieced out. They made their way back to B main where the spike has not been planted. I'm not exactly sure what that call was, but as the plant goes down, Boise State now has to drive off of the ult and make their re-entrance onto C. Oh, Rest heavily guarding the situation.
Oh!
Flies into way too much. Rariana hits the buzzer first. And Grim trying to get some lineups out.
Revealing area.
Might find a little info here. Oh, he found himself a snake bite. And the Broncos have it didn't quite hit. He's going to try again. The Broncos have a good hold on to the plant here. Do they have enough
They don't
time?
have time.
Grim.
Oh, they
What?
stick it! Oh my goodness!
Rochester, you got it ping. Spike. Oh, that was so close. What a stick.
There's a chance that Boise State avoids overtime and manages to take us to Game 5. Oh. I mean, Game 3.
Game 5. No.
It's been such a long night, it certainly feels that way. Oh.
Yeah, good job.
You invite the heavens' wrath upon you if you do a best of 5 Valorant tournament.
Revealing area.
Oh, jeez.
Push toward A to start things out for Rochester. The KJ util is going to be taken out. It gives a little bit of information, Boise State, where Warriors are pushing through. They've taken Heaven as well. Boise State didn't really have too many positioned up on A. Excuse me, they're positioned below Heaven. Sky was up, but gave up that Heaven position. Going to allow Damio to take it instead. Seekers try to help Broncos in the retake. One of them is going to get taken out to start out with. And one-way smoke helping the Broncos. Prestige and Skeletris getting the pick. Rariana trying to bring it home. And we are going to be going on to Bind. As soon... okay. Yeah, you don't want to lose it like that. You don't want to... Okay. So now, The real question is, I think you gotta ask, is how much was Lotus potentially a Warriors pick? Or is it just their main stage of they have drilled this down and they are ready to play on it? Maybe Boise State, you know, from past matches I've seen with Boise State, they do kind of prefer the classics.
Yeah, I'll give you that for sure. They've definitely had the most practice there. And interesting that you bring up, was Lotus a big Warriors pick? Because I was considering, was Haven just a really big Broncos pick, and they might fall short on Bind? But it could be a little bit of both, that they both have their specialties and they've got to showcase their playground of choice. But now we're back onto a field that I'm not exactly sure where the dice rolls there. So we'll have to see who performs better on Bind and what the disparity between attack and defense looks like. Again, Boise State has a chance to attack first on Bind. Odd, not often that you get to see a team attack 3 times in a row.
But also, what a testimony onto how intense it is in this bracketed postseason.
Yeah.
All the games, you know, we've had a drought of full 3-round matches for the whole season, and then the first 2, right, in playoff season do go all 3 games.
Yeah, it could be like that for most of the bracket. I know that people definitely fought hard through the 2 weeks of LCQ, just the same with the LCQ lingering effects of these 18. We're technically in an 18 seed bracket, not just a 16. And oh, good luck and Godspeed to those 4 teams that have an extra hurdle to jump before making it to the even playing field of the 8 bracket that we have our 4 teams today fighting for. And they're going to continue fighting Rochester and Boise State up in this next one. Bind, it's 1-1, but that doesn't tell the whole story. 3-13 on the first map. And what was the finishing score on this last one?
The finishing score, I think it was 13-10.
13-10.
13-10, 13-11. It was either one of those. But I think it was 13-10.
Yeah. Right on into it. Bind. What are our differences in characters that we see on Bind? Because we've seen a real.
Well, I
threats.
think the Raze is going to come out.
The
I
Raze
mean,
has to
you
come
know,
back
not
out. Do
as
you
many
think
Jets. The
that we're going to
Raze.
see top frag double Yorus again? It's not a question I get to ask you. Very often.
I know a certain person is really hoping it, but I know for sure Boise State isn't a team that prefers Yoru too much.
I know.
So
I think it's strange we haven't seen.
that could be the difference. If Rochester just goes Yoru, I'm serious.
You think so? Yoru was definitely a strong presence, and I mean, what really blew my mind is how off guard people were with the Yoru. Even people, and I mean, they both had Yoru on their team, but the people who weren't playing Yoru were nonstop hitting the fake Yoru or being surprised by like pop flashes, and it was a tough one. It was a little bit of a scramble, but I feel like we haven't seen a chamber at all today, and that's weird. I mean, I expected a chamber to come out faster than an Astro.
He's been nerfed so heavily into the dust is the thing. But, you know, it could be a possibility. All right, here's a few replays from that roller coaster of a second round. One that's going to drive us to the full 3-game series.
Yeah, Boise State University came alive on this one, but it wasn't as strong as the way Rochester played on map 1. And it's a little bit worrying for them. Maybe Rochester can pull it back together and find
that's
map
another
3.
thing, too. Boise State just barely eked out the win here, whereas Rochester had a very huge sweep on the first. So
It's very true. We had some exciting plays on this last one. A couple fantastic reads, some strange calls. It's definitely a different style of play, though, and a totally different way that this map played out on both maps so far as compared to the way that the first 2 teams played. Interesting to see those play styles overlap in interesting ways, and sometimes I wonder if that's what it takes to be the upset team, is to just get it right on the play styles.
everyone's just taking a few breathers because it is do or die. Bracket is single elimination in the playoffs, so no chances at a come from behind victory. It's either win here or go home.
That was a good play by Blank. And a lot of times we've seen, like in lower level play, it's a race for, like 1v1s are a race for people to get the kill onto the opponent. But for this one, it seems like it's a race inside the team to get the kill on the opponent.
I'll also
There's
tell
certain
you,
times.
right before here at this match here, when Boise State took their timeout, and Rochester had this huge sweep with their killjoy, and they were just rubbing it right in the face of the Broncos. I was thinking, oh my goodness, this could be very ugly.
Yeah, yeah.
So the fact the Broncos managed to keep their heads cool and managed to get the win there, they definitely are being tenacious, and I like that because that was my biggest concern for them going into this.
Yeah, but they reined it back in, and they found it, and they climbed the ladder all the way to the top. Now, one map left. It's going to be to see how Bind performs, and like you said, Bind is one of the original stages. I mean, it's a beta stage, and it's had a little bit of work. The sands of time have shifted the sands of the map, but Boise State definitely prefers these longer-standing maps, these more classic picks. Speaking of classic picks, there's that Chamber, if you can call them classic, as well as a Raze for both sides. We see the Viper for both sides. We could have called either of those. The Brim coming out as well, much closer to the mirror map.
Boise State seems to be already hovering their two duelists, and with everyone from Rochester,
I'm sure Prestige will pick Sky.
Someone's missing.
No. We're not missing anybody. This is the whole squad right here. Prestige always picks Sky for a nice mirror matchup save. For
No,
the
it's not quite
difference.
mirrored.
There's
Boise
a
State is
Sentinel
forgoing
difference,
a Sentinel, which we're actually seeing that. We're seeing kind of the two controller, two duelist load up be brought out.
Yeah.
It's the first and maybe only the only time tonight we're going to see Chamber. So here we go, Boise State versus Rochester University, Broncos versus the Warriors. Who is going to claim victory in the decider on Bind?
And a beautiful overlook to the scenic Bind. No, not really.
I mean, I like looking at rooftops as much as the next guy, but there isn't too much. It's no Lotus in terms of the greenery.
I mean, it looks like if Tatooine was over-urbanized. In other news, it looks like a nice hold onto A. Oh. Synergized utility for B-side Rochester to just go funneling in. I thought for sure they'd had some kind of, well, speaking of funneling in, look at this high pace play.
Whoa!
The Frenzy grabs a couple of headshots, but Phineas Gage and company will live through those headshots. Prestige. Wow, what?
The Headhunter comes in with a one-tap headshot.
Yeah, that was all gun diff because they both definitely took a dink there. The Headhunter saves him a point there, and he's going to fall back just to take a breather. As he faces the battlefield, it's not quite going to make it on time, and Daimyo is going to get that one with the Frenzy. Master goes down there, and unknown. Blank takes another one. Skelesis, though, to return the back and forth is surreal. It's down to a 1-2, and the plant's already
Oh!
Oh! Blank finds it. And they do a little bit of a utility dump here, which is strange. But they made it out. Defenders took that one. Rochester University to find the first point, though it is a little bit of a hurried attempt to get back to base when they were already so far in. And what a Western shootout to see both of those headshots go through, and I mean, obviously at the same distance, because that's how distance works. And it all be down to the gun difference.
The State has a pretty open path on A short. Gonna take it, but the wall is holding them at bay.
Look
now
at
the
that.
Chamber's taking the sideline. Oh, no.
Oh, this is almost perfect pacing. They totally missed the bird. The bird flash did not find anybody, so they decided to go around with the rotation, but Boise State didn't move fast enough. They've decided to hit B now. They didn't catch the rotation window perfectly. considering a re-hit as well. Maybe they're doing the old wait till 35. They don't find anything in hookah. They don't find anything in hookah, but they decide not to go, which makes me wonder why they checked. Because they did check pretty deep rest.
Ooh.
Finds one very quickly with the alt fire from the Bucky at a range close enough that the alt fire is a one tap. Gets barely around the corner. Prestige finds someone anyways. He will be eating, and it's going to be Yum. Daimyo at, oh, no. That's a turntail and fly out of there, but it's not going to happen. Rest. Hunger for more grabs. One more Master with great game sense. Here's that audio cube, turns around and grabs one before leaving. Gonna get a good plant in deep default.
Oh, devastating double brought out by the judge.
At a tough angle, Grim follows up for one more, bringing BSU's members laid down to rest. Rochester gives her none of the easy defuse for an extra ult point.
Although looking on the bright side of this, it was the round they weren't expected to win gun differential, and they still got 2 kills and did get the spike planted. So that's still a good amount of credits for them.
That's true. That's true, but I mean, man, some of it was in disappointing manner. I mean, like that, like was a very clean kill that you had to be, you know, you had to be anticipating it, but some of these just embarrassing kills, walking in and smoke and just getting collateraled. It's just tough going out that way. Now Boise State should have a point in their favor here. They should be feeling good. It is 1-1 in this single elimination bracket. And they put down the Viper Sanders sticker.
Toxin screen down.
Oh, teleport comes out from Rochester.
Ooh.
It's going to put the Broncos and Bats in a little awkward position. They're going to have to bring their jet over to quell things against this Raze.
Ooh, that Raze is in an awkward position as well, though, and they're going to be tucking through the wall as Skelesis goes on the hunt for it. Did do a little bit of damage.
Chamber also rotating through cave.
Oh, Daimyo sees it coming, though. Wow.
Oh!
Yum has been devilish, near demonic with that headhunter from a distance. Oh, what? What? Takes Roriana as well. What a turnaround. Prestige is going to avenge his fallen brothers, but that's only a 1-for-2 trade, and they haven't even crossed the halfway.
Insane.
They have not like made it through the biphase walls. Defense is just deep into the situation.
30
They've got a
seconds
Viper's
left.
wall up, but they can't use it. So Prestige checking the angles, trying to make their way in, and 2 from back. They're gonna have to combat the player there. Rest. Oh, almost caught off guard with the pacing.
Goodness.
Prestige makes a sprint through. I mean, once you've counted the players, no, he's chased, but they find him. Oh, chased again by Arnando to get the 3K. The tribulations this man had to endure to carry the spike. I mean, he made
my
eye
jaw
contact
is
with
on
3
the
people.
floor.
Yeah. No, this was
The
ridiculous.
double orbital strike, and then, yeah, the 2 with the headhunter. I mean, the crosshair placement is perfect. He's got just the right elevation on it. It's perfectly lined up. All he has to do is just flick the mouse left or right, and he's got it. Oh, my goodness. This chamber, you know, we didn't see him all night, but
Yeah.
maybe proving his value here.
Yeah, he really said you can't nerf good aim. Wow, after a flurry of LMB there, you see not a lot of damage go out. Look at all of this. There's like 4 different utilities on top of this, plus a little bit of suppressive fire and a 90-degree angle. That Blank is holding is going to switch back and forth, but there's not actually anybody there, so the posse is on Broadway as they make their way through Fish Market to meet up with Rest. Oh man, he had such a target to shoot for, but Roriana is going to be the one to finish that race first. Daimyo makes a couple of shots into the air to let the opposing team know where he's at, and they come and pick him up from school. Grim to find 2, Arnado to get 1, and Grim comes back around for that 3rd. Bring a .4 for Rochester. It's looking tough.
If you were a Boise State fan, this is kind of the worst case scenario. Kind of what everyone was worrying about was their peak haven.
Yeah.
Was that just simply their best stage, and that was the one that they manage to get the victory on. And once they go over to Bind, they're much more in Rochester's wheelhouse. But only 4 rounds have passed. It seems like it's a landslide, but there's a lot of time left. Still 8 rounds in the first half. Boise State is going to leave. Spike in the pocket. Look at this push up through to Fountain under the cover of the smoke. And it's going to be an even trade back and forth. Boise State comes back out on top of it, 3-2. The remaining 2 survivors from Rochester are going to be left on A.
Ooh.
And there's a very, very shiny prize in that op left by Yum. Of course, Boise State's attacking, so they might not even pick it up. They just might let it expire. If there's anyone that can hold down angles, it's Yum on this chamber. So
Oh, yeah.
this is a huge obstacle to get past. They do smoke him off. He has to bring out the shorty. Moves through the molly, goes right into the smoke. Oh, he tries to get the shot on the spike planter, but Boise State, they lose it, but they still manage to get the spike planted. Now they're going to move back. And the Viper Spit spent by Boise State as well. They want to secure this round by any cost.
I mean, you said it before. Trading an ult for a round is worth it every time. Rariana using that bubble to play around. Grabs that 4 kill, doing excellent. A good point to have. Can they snowball it is the big question. I mean, that's probably the creds they need, especially after a big buy round like that. I'd love to see the ult point situation here. We know that Viper's Pit just exhausted theirs, but Paint Shells, or the Showstopper's only 1 away. Hernando leading the charge right through Bath. What a stack. But it's an even spread for the Broncos, leaving the spike in pocket, holding down a 50-50 on A. And just careening on in through B, maybe a little carelessly, as Yum is holding a dangerous angle with the tour de force. Waiting for Daimyo to misstep.
Dangerous angle to peek with this Showstopper. Yeah, Daimyo playing this one very cautiously.
Yeah. Good to see him doing it, though.
Boise State, meanwhile, coalescing around A short for a possible push. Rest waiting in hookah should a quick teleport come out. Yum positioning himself closer and closer towards Daimyo.
Yeah, no longer is this tour de force distance. I mean, this is uncomfortable.
Oh, he misses the shot. Daimyo makes him pay for it.
Woo.
I've got your trail.
And just like that, the round is changed. Boise State has a new spring in their step, but it's still a trade, 1 apiece. Both of them are down to 3 apiece. Showstopper taken out, and Grim stops Boise State Showstopper right in its tracks. Orbital Strike also expended by Boise State. Everything being used, and the spike isn't even planted.
Oh, wow. Daimyo
Last player
finds one
standing.
very nearly. Got Hernando, but Hernando had the cabbages on his side, and Daimyo was flushed out of there. Grabbed one on the
10
way out, but now it's up to Hernandez and Grim. And Grim is going to close it up on Master. Wow. All of that patience from Daimyo. Just a ridiculous play, and all that patience paid off when he caught it, and he had the knives out. When he popped the knives, he was a menace. But he couldn't play through the smoke fast enough, and the cabbages flushed him out into uncomfortable territory. Despite grabbing one right here, he was just he was just pinched. That is tough.
Absolutely huge win for Rochester. Just about everyone dumped their ults into that fight.
And they have arrested any kind of momentum that Boise State had off that 1 point now. Oh, what a read. Rest dumping the ult right on top of their stack. They were going to have a mean 3-2 push right down the hallway, but it's not there. And now Rest getting a little greedy, wants to go sniff out the situation. He might just find someone if he's bold enough to peek through.
Oh!
Takes out the IGL in mid-air, drops a snake bite from within. May find their way around. The shorty in the Viper's Pit is a menacing combo, and the Phantom is all you need. That's the cherry on the cake. Oh, goodness. Skillis is braving the storm here deep into the decay. Can't quite find very much. Sure enough, Boise State kind of has to play slow here and back off. They've taxied the spike all the way up. Avoided the flash, but now Grim is incentivized to see what's happening. That's an invitation to the party. He might throw down a Trailblazer from here. Ooh,
also
Trailblazer came the other direction. As well
dodges.
as the bird, a quick 90 on it. Oh,
finds
the play.
it. Gonna bring out the Trailblazer now. Swings around, picks up his double. And my, it may be getting close to winter, but you better keep your air conditioning running because Rochester is hot right now. Warriors go up to a 6-1 lead, and very nice play by their Sky. Up here, holds the close angle, dodges the smoke, and very nice on the spray transfer, is able to find his headshot. Wow. Flawless by Rochester.
What a utility dump, too. And I mean, everyone was prepared for that man to not make it. So even if they found it, the Viper's snake bite was still in the way, and they still had one more gunning down the Trailblazer. Rochester was just all on top of that. It was definitely a flawless performance for them. Kareem taking a 3K, dropping the spike right in the center. Goes flying in after, has a combat stim. Down to 1 health, has to fly out of there. Rariana turns tail all the same. Rest looking to make the rotation over. The FOMO is for real. Rariana gets another one, and Yum to trade on the Prestige. A threatening call, considering that Yum is way off this site and sitting right on top of the spike. Rariana has a journey to make, but he's gonna grab the spike, pop it in the back seat, and start the fair.
Toxins
The
going up.
taximeter is running. Ooh,
He's not going to teleport. He goes through the wall instead.
That's bold. That's a bold call just on making it through the wall, but now he's got to sweep out of sight all on his own, and 2 players could be anywhere. In fact, they are everywhere until you check the site, according to Schrodinger.
So they basically can be considered there and not there
30
at the same
seconds
time.
left.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, he's going to throw out the Poison Orb. They're going to close in very fast. They throw down their own mollies. He doesn't land the shot onto Heaven, and Rochester back up to a 7-1 lead. They want to move on, prove that the top-seeded team deserves to move on. Nice job by the Warriors.
The Broncos are making the Warriors fight for it, but, like, sometimes the margin's big. Rochester's Warriors are definitely comfortable on this map. I mean, if that was in the air earlier, it's not now. Boise State knows their way around, but they're not quite holding it together. And it's going to be another, I think, much-needed timeout coming from Skelesis on the side of the Broncos.
We'll have a timeout, probably one of the most crucial, because this is the timeout that decides the Broncos season.
Yeah, that is a scary way to put it, but you're right. This is a tournament where one loss means you are out of the bracket.
I mean, heck, in the regular season, one loss was enough to take you out of qualifying for the playoffs normally.
Yeah, it's been
Teams
tight.
that avoided LCQ are the ones that have been undefeated throughout their whole season.
That's true. That's true. And I think that's why we see such close games, even though these seeds are so separated, is because it was whether or not you made it into the LCQ is a huge difference in your seed, but it may have just been down to a few timeouts like this. I mean, everything is weighing on everything. Call that heavy.
Boise State, the boot is going to be on an economy
Toxins
round.
going up. Toxin screen down.
Oh, look, the whoa drops, but it's only a 1-for-1 trade, and that's a gun that Boise State can pick up. I'd be happy with that if I'm the team
Right.
trailing.
A bonusable trade is something that they'll take. Wow, look at all of this.
Oh
No
my
one can see anywhere.
goodness,
That's
shut
a
the
quick 2.
door on him.
Arnando and Grim, one to shoo everybody out. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. Grim will find you, or Hernando's shot will master. Is just waiting for this to go down, and as soon as it does, he's got him. No, the flick was almost there. A serious shoulder shot, but it's not quite going to be there. Rochester does take it after they drill into the wall. threw it in onto Master, who's caught in the corner. It's a real gamble. Like, you're taking an off angle like that when the smoke goes down is guaranteed to kill, but then you're just stuck there. That's exactly what happened. A tough thing to see. That was a quick round. That's 2 times now, total, that we have seen Boise State take a break. We both admitted that it was a very important break and that they need to come back after. And Rochester find like a landslide round immediately following. We did say that they were on a
but they're
round.
on economy, so
They were on
maybe
an economy.
part of what was said over the timeout was, you're on economy, we'll come back in the next round and come back. Prestige is trying to do. It's 1-for-1 trade, now 2-for-1. Boise State goes up 4-2. A round they definitely need to win.
Yeah, and they're maintaining the spike as well as spike anonymity. Basically, the spike has not been shown yet. In fact, there's not been a lot of info so far on B. The only wall that they've set up has been a distance wall from the Viper. So they're just kind of waiting in grass for a little bit of audio, and Rariana's making their way downtown. Ooh, Rest foregoing the ult orb just to get a little deeper in. Clearly on a mission here. Nobody sprints past an ult orb with a knife. Oh, but it might be worth it. No, Prestige doing well to watch the flank. It has been a quiet round this round. Boise State looking much, much better here, as it is clearly a save from the Warriors. Looking to keep that
Teleport's
Vandal,
ready.
whose buddy matches the skin, and I admire it.
Man, it might be going for a save, but that save doesn't have too many rounds to apply to. It'll apply to the next couple, next 3, but the next couple after this.
Yeah, I mean, but
And then
that's
everything resets.
That's really good game understanding. If your odds, if the impact you can do with that gun is more next round than it is this round, you should save it for next round. Quite simply, if he goes in there, it'd be very difficult to take all 4, and he doesn't need it. They need consistency over time, not one big flash play right now. Boise State is the one that needs flash plays. They might find one with an attacking Viper's Pit leading the charge here, is what I'm kind of smelling out. Meanwhile, it could all be a guys as they send the spike near solo through B-side. So they'll want to play nice and fast through Bath and drop that Viper's Pit ASAP. We're getting some quick push through Bath. Using the Phantom, getting that ult point. Oh, now Skelesis has a devastating weapon. It looks like they were just there to support that. Surely enough, a very, very slow roll through B gives them the opportunity to... I don't think they just shut down an ult, but maybe they did. Maybe they caught a mid-blast pack, but made sure nobody even reaches too far out of B. Mariana playing in after that smoke. Yum. Instead of timing it and giving away an op position, it's going to play to the corner. Rotate back, play nice and steady. Rochester is clearly just looking for consistency.
Ooh, showstopper
Nice.
placed right onto Chamber.
One less.
Ooh, the Grim is fighting back with a double, even as Broncos gain a toehold. You got players like Grim who can pop off.
That's a 3-for-3 trade. They're down to 1-1 now. Rest just making it to the party a little bit late.
30 seconds left.
But he's not worried. There's 30 seconds and it hasn't been planted. Prestige.
Prestige,
Oh,
freshman.
baits the rotate?
Oh, I was going to say Prestige is freshman at Boise State. First competitive season.
10 seconds left.
Absolutely combs the
Nice.
site. Gets a beautiful spike plant at the last second.
Planted.
Good timing. The problem is you've got teleports online, so he's back in the hookah in a flash. He is going to drop the cabbages. That's a whole bundle of cabbages as he shoots down those 3. Makes a little bit of noise suppress. Prestige knows where he's at. Rest. You got to be careful with this angle. But man, Prestige is right out in the wide open. He's ready to take a one-on-one. And look at this. Oh my goodness. That was a hunt. That was a little bit of a trail there.
I was so nervous with that
I did
trail. I
not-
thought he didn't have it. I was
not
like,
see that
oh
going
no,
well.
he's off. He didn't.
No, but the flip
That
was
is
just not there.
Oh,
Ooh. All right, Boise State.
picked up 3.
Take round 3. Yeah, they could be looking at a 9-3. They could be looking at an 8-4. Oh, man.
Okay, Prestige. If ever comes down to a similar situation in the future, don't do that again, okay? Please, for my
That was
sanity,
scary.
don't
I mean, he
do
was
that.
just out there. I mean, admittedly, it worked. It didn't give the defender enough time to survey the area. He just kind of forced the guy to gamble on an angle.
Welcome to my world.
Prestige with a very early
planted.
plant. They're feeling good. They own the area. They got that Viper's Pit down. This is their last chance to hold on to anything. Oh, Daimyo just under pressure from rest, just drilling through the smokes here. And they've got smokes on top of smokes. Grim looking to play a couple flashes in. It's not going to find very much, though, with all this sight denial. Looking to find something. I mean, man, you've got to be comfortable with this sight to get out of there in time. As the orbital strike comes down. It's not going to find very much, but it is going to make a big hole on the sight. Prestige trades places with Grim.
Oh, does he know it's being diffused?
He may not.
Oh, man. Huge win. Okay, we're entering this in 9-3. Now, this was the exact same scoreline that Boise State had on Lotus, 9-3.
It's true.
And they fell quite spectacularly in the second half.
Yeah, it was a flash finish by Rochester in the first match. So we'll have to see if they get flawless after flawless here, or if Boise State can fight back in the defense a little bit stronger than they did on map 1. A little under 30 seconds on the clock still. Gonna be people packing up the A site. A nice even distribution of the Broncos on defense here, going with the 2 and 3. 2 of those last 3 really pushing at the gates for Bath. Doesn't look like they follow in after, though. After all, wow. After all the audio cues, Royana down to 5 health as he pays for
Oh,
a
cat and mouse!
Man, to go hunting and after. Grim finds one and Yum does the same. As Daimyo gets one and goes down in a trade. 3 and 2 left alive. Rochester to get the plant. Hernando to find one more. It's looking, dare I say, grim. Prestige. A flash on Hernando, but they've got him cornered.
Prestige has consistently been the last player standing.
Yeah, he's the healer, though. He should be at the back. Oh, love those flash finish animations. Those are fun. But Grim, as we alluded to earlier, was looking grim, and Grim found that last ghost kill. And that's tough because now they're slated for 11-4, which means Boise State, if they can play the next 2 rounds correctly without losing cool, only have 2 mistakes left. Well, one they're allowed to make and one they're not allowed to make.
Watch and learn. Stim beacon here.
Stim goes on to a vast majority of Rochester. They're moving in past the smoke.
Fully smoked.
Makes their way past the teleporter. Has to get past another wall. Prestige hanging out in tube. Just waiting, trying to have it lined up, and tries to right-click, but Grim is gonna stop him right in his tracks. Blind thrown out through the smoke. Spike already down for Rochester. Master coming up through hookah. Daimyo is able to take out Blank. But Hernando locking it down from the point keeps Rochester with a healthy lead.
Last player standing.
1 man left, Boise State. Looking to make a little bit more damage here before they give up the round. Just can't quite find it. I mean, they're playing a ghost against a judge in hookah.
Just
So he does go
hard
down.
backup, standing in between us and victory. Here.
Boise
That's gonna-
State, I think this is probably the final round of the game. If they lose here, I don't think there's any possible way that they This is one they should win with the gun advantage they have.
Right,
so
right.
If they lose this, then the game's decided.
The bonus play out could give it to them if they can't quite find it. Then we know they're scrambling. Look at all the vision now here. That place is just clogged up, and they're not even. Wow, maybe they should have been. I was gonna say they're not even deterred. They go flying in, but Skelesis knocks down the first two like dominoes. Will it continue? They're going through the boombot in. It gets shot. Oh, Ness barely makes it out of there. But the Trailblazers still hunting and after. A beautiful crouch by Skelesis to bring it into a 3-of-a-kind for him. Can he find another? There are 2 players left. This is Ace territory. Could be a nice little free one for him. Daimyo looking to hold this op in the next round. Boise State's only lost 1 player so far. They don't know where the last 2 are. That sound from Daimyo is going to give it away. Yum does find one, though. Yum, the last one alive, probably has very few outs here. Oh, Clever, his best option is to move through U-Haul. I don't think Ego peeking this off is going to work. Looks like he wanted to roll the dice on that, and it did not come up well. Bringing Boise State into .4 against 11.
And that was a true test of the Broncos' abilities. Even though they won that last one, if they lose this, I don't know if they'll have enough credits to full buy. That would be a very crucial round to have to go for economy. I mean, it's easy to say this when they have such a low margin of error, but I mean, this is a must-win round.
Yep.
Grenade!
And the bot is taken out pretty quick in baths. Bit of fire being exchanged, trying to attempt the wall bang through the door frame. Doesn't find it. Smoke's gonna head down. Trailblazers sent out through it, right through the smoke with no fear whatsoever. Rochester goes flying and picks up a double. Now it's 4-2 in favor of the Warriors.
Oh, Prestige finds a good one. Prestige and Master are playing together here back to back. They find one. Are they going to back up and try to catch this rotation off guard? They've got to play carefully here. They don't know where the last 2 players are. Making their way over. They're calling the rotation correctly. It's all about timing now. It's all about playing together as well. A bad pacing on this could just lead to a feed. They're thinking maybe it was a wrong call, but no. As that smoke comes out, it's very obvious.
That works.
This is the plant. They have to push for it. Gonna drop the Trailblazer in for a little bit of info. Looks like B is nice and clear.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh, and Hernando to find both of them, one through the wall. That is tough. Boise State, nearly no way out of this. It'd have to be 8 consecutive rounds, and already the track record is not looking good.
Well, Rochester, your golden ticket to the round of 8 is dangling right in front of you. Just reach out, take it, and then we'll see you in the next round. They could be going up against potentially Fisher, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, Fisher or Converse.
Fisher or Converse, ooh. Man, these rounds are going to get so competitive. I mean, they're already so close, and we're just in the round of 16.
Oh,
I mean, you're going to have to
yeah.
tune in next. I mean, if you're an A Star League fan, you got to tune in next week to see how the round of 8 is going to go, because this has been some of the best Valorant gameplay we've seen. All right, starting things off. Rest gonna he's gonna be able. Oh, Master just beats him with the Bucky. Huge start for the Broncos, but Yum putting a dent in that is going to be able to tie it back up. Eliminates Skelesis. A lot of them coalesce, wanting to push toward B. Just smoke right there, blocking off that window. Just going to have to wait for this. Might take a rotation. They're all going to group up through the fountain route.
Yeah, Rochester has scooted back to the daycare and picked up the baby Spike, which will someday grow into a Radianite explosion if they could have their way, if they foster it well here in the sand on the site of B. But Boise State is guarding it fairly well. They're going to drop a little bit.
Here we
more.
go.
Oh, from the
Oh,
angle.
huge collateral by
3K.
Rariana and Prestige! Broncos still stay in the game.
Ooh, only barely. Man, what an angle to be carrying. Everybody was just totally distracted by one player and got caught off guard entirely. What a shot
I mean,
there.
it's 1 down and 7 to go, but it's a start.
It's true, 1 down and 7 to go. Well, we can always say that they've got, yeah, they kept 4 players out of that, so they've got good econ to make it in the way through. They even got to pick up their skins of choice. After they walked over that absolute dog pile of fallen soldiers. Now, Rochester.
Oh
Ooh,
my,
and a flash
Scalasis!
A little bit of back and forth. Scalasis does find one, but Rest goes down. Master is able to avenge him, bringing it to a 3 and 4 right at the start. Master makes a little bit of eye contact with some extra players coming around on a semi-flank.
Smoke's down.
Everybody's just holed right here in the A short. They can't really turn tail because then they'll just be met up with Prestige and company making the long way around here. Oh no.
Huge pick by Graham.
Absolutely
that could open
massive.
it up for Rochester.
If they but knew it,
On
they
an
own.
economy round, no less. They're having to save for this. Gonna meet around the corner. Try to land the shot with the Bucky. Lands it, but Damio gets a double. There's just the chamber left. He has his tour de force, but he's got to go up against 2.
And they're sitting on top of the spike, so his options are low here. He can try to flank, but they're at different angles. So even if he finds one, then it's down to a 1v1, and the tour de force will have already taken at least 2 shots. Oh, Daniel might catch him with the knife out. Oh, what a tantalizing taste of victory there.
Oh, it is
so
hot
close. Oh,
pursuit, and he gets him. It's just one-on-one. He breathes out the tour de force again. Can he land? He picks up the Vandal. That's huge. Can he take him out around the corner? Trying to get the tour de force. He lands a shot, and Rochester is moving on to the next round. What a spectacular finish from their chamber. That was insane. I thought it was either going to be with the Hedge Hunter or either the tour de force. And he picks up the Vandal. I'm thinking, oh, he's going to take that. And then he lands it with the tour de force in the end. What a spectacular finish.
Down to the wire, just nail biting. And we've seen so many nail biting events today. That was overall a jam-packed day, but now we've got at least a couple of players that we know about going on to the round of 8.
Yep.
And a few fallen teams that have not quite made it out of the 18.
Yeah, what an exciting finish. I don't want to say I'm literally shaking right now because then I'd be living up to stereotypes. But you know, that was a very, very close match, and amazing to see the chamber, who we've been talking about was conspicuously absent throughout the whole day, is the one who closes it out in the end.
Yeah, very exciting. I don't want to say I called it, but I was really hoping to see a little bit of chamber action to finish out the day. We saw some crazy flanks. I mean, talk about the mobility on this site. A lot of times you had to keep your head on a swivel throughout this match. It has been a tight one. Boise State fought hard and well, but Rochester is the one moving on to the next round.
Yep, that's going to be it for today. But, of course, we want to give a thank you to all of our sponsors for helping to bring NASTAR League towards you. That's Extra Life, Dunkin', Pizza Hut, Alienware, Odyssey, Elixir, Monster Energy, the Los Angeles Comic-Con, ROTC, and, of course, Mavics Gaming Chairs, bringing what you're going to be seeing very soon here, the top 5 plays of the game, brought to you by Mavics Gaming Chairs. Mavics, feel the difference. And, of course, tune in throughout the rest of the week to catch all of the other playoff matches. And man, I'm so excited for next week in Valorant. It's going to be an insane postseason. But thank you for joining us tonight. We'll send you to the top 5 plays of the game. End of their season. All set to be decided right here, right now. NASTAR League round of 18 in the Valorant playoffs.
And maybe it works. No longer a B hit. They're going to have to make a rotate over to accept an A push. Flank finds one and a second. Skelesis.
Oh my.
Down, but Rest to fight back. Yum. What a drill or defense. When they take space, they tend to hold it. Maybe a slight flank coming out.
Oh, Prestige right at the very end of the dog. Should have gotten a peek.
Oh,
onto
beautiful flank watch.
the breach. Nice by Damio. He's able to lock down that flank. Another one falls for Rochester.
Ooh.
Warriors do manage to take a few against the Broncos.
Getting ready to school the other team here. Rochester's nowhere to be
Oh, this
found.
flank. Look out for that.
Oh, goodness. No watch. Oh, the spike almost falls.
That's good.
Damio
Down to 2 apiece.
on the way back around to help. And assist
Oh!
Rim. What?
Oh, that Sova had that.
Moving on into the next round, it is a big stack on B. Not often that we've seen this so far. Boise State tends not to move this quickly or this straight of a line. They are storming the castle. They've already made it into B box, and they're considering a couple of angles here. Yum doing well to shut down, though. Finds 3 of a kind, and Grim to bring. unfortunately, C is... Oh, the table is set for rest, though.
Oh
Takes a
my
big bite with a
goodness,
4K
this
out of nowhere.
KJ! What have you eaten? My goodness! That is devastating against the Broncos. Comes around, gets the ace as well!